Greetings and welcome to the People's Ascension. We are here with our first episode of The Creeping Tangle as part of our feature of Cat's Heroic Chord here. Fantastic game. Really excited to be starting up this adventure. It's going to be a great time. We got some great players. Uh, I'm really excited to see what they come up with. This game is very improv, very creative thinking based, very narrative focused. So I am looking forward to the story that they really helped me create. So it's going to be a great time. If you didn't catch the first episode of the RPGs Uncovered feature as a whole, that was last week. You can find the VOD just down below, or you can go over to YouTube where you can watch it over there. That was a fantastic conversation with these lovely people. And of course, Kat here telling us about the game that she created. It was a great interview with a lot of great creator and player insights about how things work and how things were made. A lot of information on the settings so you know exactly what you're getting into, and of course all the rules being discussed. So if you have that is a full 4 hour stream, but it's a lot of commentary and a lot of examples. So if you want a real sort of interactive, real example driven, narrative driven explanation of the rules and you have 4 hours, go check that out because it's a great time. If you don't have 4 hours, smaller bite-sized tutorial videos will be coming to YouTube in the following weeks. That's a big feature of RPGs Uncovered here, so I'll be tackling all of those rules in little like 1 to 5 minute videos that are a lot easier to digest. And of course, at the end of last week, we had a little bit of conversation about the characters that are going to be playing this game, but we'll be properly introducing them when we start off the show. So before we get into that, let me do the opening spiel. And that is, of course, starting off with the shilling, the support, because we need help to grow. So if you like what we're doing, if you like the services we provide, if you like the stories that we tell, and you like seeing new indie games and helping me support those new indie games, the best way to help out, well, really, first and foremost, is just to tell people about the channel. Tell people to come follow us on Twitter and here on Twitch. Come hang out in the Discord. We got all those great links down below in the About section. But just bring people into the community is a great way to help out. Because the more people who see us, the more people the more that all the great all powerful algorithms will show us to other people, and that's how growth on the internet works. But growth in the wallet helps support things like character art and music and buying new game systems and supporting creators and stuff like that. So if you do have a little bit of extra support you might want to throw our way, we do have our Ko-Fi and our Patreon sites. That's the best way to support because we get to give you things back. Most importantly, we have after shows that we do at the end of every episode of our demo plays. The character sheets for all of these fantastic characters are going to be going up at the end of this episode, so we can debut them here, and then if you're a Patreon or Ko-Fi member, you can head over there and actually get a real look at the character sheets, see what skills they chose, what their key motivations were, and it comes with a little about them blurb to get a nice understanding of what makes those characters them. And they're all really exciting characters. So go check that out if you want to support. We also have things on there like uh, the videos, the bite-sized tutorials will be free on YouTube, but for Ko-Fi and Patreon members, they will have little written cheat sheets, reference guides that you can print out or just reference on your computer as you would like, because I know some people like written material as well as videos that they can watch beforehand, and some really cool GM insights. So at the higher up tier for Patreon and Ko-Fi, I will be releasing all of the little crises encounters that I make, and I've already come up with some good ones that we should see featured today. So you'll get some good player insight and some good GM insight if you want to go help us out. Uh, Other than that, yeah, come hang out with us on the socials and the Discord. A great way to learn the game, Not only do we have me, my players, but also Kat here, the creator of the game, in our Discord. So if you want to come swing by, talk about the game, ask questions, uh,
Mhm.
both of us are more than happy to help out and provide inspiration and get you going on your own game. And then if you follow us on Twitter, that's where all the fancy announcements will be as far as new shows, one shots that are coming up, invitations to, like casting calls and all that. So come hang out, say hello, and just be part of the community. We love talking to people. All right, I think that's all my spiel out of the way. Let's get started with this. But first, let's throw it to my wonderful players here to introduce themselves, and then we'll get to your characters later. So of course, starting off, the creator of the game, Kat, take it away with any announcements you might have.
Hi, my name is Kat. I wrote at this game. Um, I am a game designer at Peach Garden Games. You can find Heroic Chord. You can find our actual play podcast, Sword of Symphonies, and you can find other games at peachgardengames.com. Most important, however, is Solo But Not Alone is running right now. Solo But Not Alone 2. It is a bundle of 101 single player TTRPGs for $10, and that $10 is a donation to Jasper's Game Day, an organization dedicated to working within the TTRPG space to prevent suicide and help people with mental illness. So you can find that by going to itch.io and searching for Solo But Not Alone 2. And that would make me very happy, and I would love it if you would do that.
Great bundle, great games, great reason to support.
Yeah.
And of course, you can find more information about this game and grab your own copy. If I can get the link to that over here at their website over at Peach Garden Games. And of course, that's not only Heroic Chord. There's all kinds of other fantastic stuff on there as well, including Sort of Symphonies, their podcast for this
Mm.
particular game, and Blazing Hymn, which is more of a sci-fi robot take, right? Mechs and all that.
It's it's a transparent anime fan game, yeah, for
Yeah.
sure.
Okay. Yeah, let's throw it over to Pat. Welcome, Pat. What do you got going on?
Hey, I'm Pat or Badger. I answer to either. Don't really have anything going on just yet. I have some things planned coming up. I'm going to start streaming one of my own tabletop games that I've been running for 2 years now. We're about to start our next chapter, and I figure that's a good starting place for, you know, getting into the online spaces. And then, my Twitch channel is probably going to be a general variety channel. Do some console gaming, computer gaming, things like that. Who really knows? But um, as the plans become a little more concrete, I will of course keep people updated, and probably want to be up and running by the end of next month. But you can find me on pretty much any of the platforms as Badger the Cynic.
All right. Yeah, you heard it here. We got him first. Okay, and finally, last but certainly not least, Donna, hello. What are you up to? You do some great stuff.
Hello. Yes. Hi, Jack. How are you? Hi guys. My name is Donna. I am a voice actress, a writer, a programmer. I wear many hats, but most important hat that I wear currently is that I will be playing a character on this lovely, lovely show. My current and I guess the latest announcement that I do have is that I am revealed, or I've just been revealed to be part of the Night Shift podcast. It's an urban fantasy docudrama podcast, and it's actually really, really good. I really enjoyed it. I listened to episode one, and my voice will be featured as a mysterious character in the upcoming episode. So if you can figure out which character I am before it's revealed, kudos to you. And if you can't, it's okay. Don't worry about it. So yeah, that's what I'm up to.
Awesome. Awesome.
Yay.
Okay. So, with us all introduced, with everything out of the way, with the record button properly pressed this time, let's get started with the first episode of this adventure. So, the creeping Tangle. That'll become more evident as we go on, but for now, let's simply begin along the rolling countryside, somewhere between the Last Tooth and the dunes. I'm forgetting what they're called.
Hector's Dune?
Hector's Dunes. Yeah. I know it was the Wandering Hector. I didn't know if it had another name. Yeah. So there's this great expanse of rolling plains between the Last Tooth, which is pretty much the last sole remaining spire mountain that was part of the Cloud Cone before that melted 100 years ago as some sort of great catastrophe, and Hector's Dunes, which is an expansive desert to the north. So somewhere between these two areas, we find our group. Let me ask you this, Kat. We talked a little bit about trade and travel. How well have there been roads rebuilt, or are people simply wandering the countryside?
Oh yeah, there have been some roads that are built just by virtue of people using them and trampling down a road in their clumsy way. And there are roads that have actually been built and maintained between kind of larger settlements.
All right. Well, this group is heading to a not very large settlement at all, so there may be some trampled trails that are leading in that direction. But we will pick up along this rolling countryside just as it's getting dark, and around camp, as one of our party members is building the campfire, another is getting ready, preparing some food to cook up. We find all of our characters. So let me ask first, who would be preparing the campsite, making the fire? Any
Marius
takers?
isn't cooking.
Cooking will be separate, but making the
That's
That's what
not
I
fire.
what
was
he's doing. He's
That's
not
what.
cooking. He can't do it. I think he's doing things like setting up tents. I
Okay.
think that's something that Marius is pretty comfortable doing.
Yeah, Kalos is absolutely just like making the campfire, like doing the classic TP, all of that stuff. Um, and I suppose that her cloud elk Nefo is just gathering, has like twigs in
Yeah.
his mouth or something, and is like helping her build it.
Okay. So that's a great introduction for Kalos. Go ahead and describe both Kalos and Nefo.
Sure thing. So Kalos is short. Like she is short. She is a tiny woman, and she's currently wearing this like outfit that I don't really know if you could describe as like in fashion or not, but it's definitely a statement. It's bright yellow, has white flowers of all different like sorts. It's not just like uh simple daisies. It's like tulips, it's like lilies, it's like sunflowers, just wildly smattered across this tube dress that she's wearing. It's not like built for anything except for to make a statement that she's here. She has long black hair, a constellation of like these dark freckles all over her body, mostly across her shoulders, and she's got like golden tan skin illuminated by the campfire that she's currently building with her best friend and trusted companion Nefo, who is a cloud elk, and who pretty much trusts her and had to overcome some struggles of his own that she helped him go through. And Nefo is quite tall especially compared to Kalos for sure.
Yeah, a great cloud elk. So think like large elk, like dire elk minus the bone spikes, but they have wings, big fluffy wings.
Yes.
Adorable. Okay.
Best friend.
Let's actually get our first roll in right off the bat. What would you like to roll to set up this campfire? I'd
I
imagine
will
some sort of
roll.
survival roll.
Yes, exactly. You took the words right out of my mouth. I will roll survival.
Okay.
So
What facet are you using? How are you going about creating this fire?
I will use understanding so that she knows how to make a fire. She's done it before. She feels pretty confident and she's got it.
That sounds good to me. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's pause real quick and do the explanation of this because this is both the whole point of the demo play is to demonstrate how everything works. So when making a skill check or really any sort of check in the game to resolve some sort of crisis, you would start with the facet that you're using. So there are 5 facets in the game: daring, understanding, subtlety, sensitivity, and adaptability. A broader video will be made on those and making skill checks. But understanding, as Kalos is using here, is basically using your knowledge of how things work to, make action. So you're going to start with a number of d6s equal to your rank, your points in that facet. So what is that for Kalos?
That is a 2.
That's 2. Okay, so you start with two
Yeah.
d6s, and that's going to be a survival skill. You do have that skill, and since we are season 1 characters, seasons are the level system in this game, that will give you an additional 1d6.
So the total final roll is going to be 3d6.
Yep, 3d6. Going forward, it's possible to call on your key, some of your key motivators, to give yourself some extra bonus dice, 2 extra d6s. But we're not going to worry about using main aspects of your character to start a nightly campfire. So more on that later, perhaps, because I do encourage all my players to try to use their key. We're only gonna have 4 episodes, but I'd love it. I'd love to be able to unlock the signature spell pieces because they look really cool. More on that later. Okay, so we got a dice roll. We got a 2, a 3, and a 6. So that is 1 success. Making a campfire is easy enough, especially since as rangers you do it almost on a nightly basis, and 1 success is completely fine. In Heroic Chord, 2s, 3s, and 4s are disregarded, they're useless. 5s and 6s are successes, just regular successes, and 1s are edge successes. None of those now, so we'll talk about those when they come up. All right, so with 1 success, Carlos, you're grabbing some of the sticks and kindling and whatnot that Nevo brings over, setting that up in a nice simple teepee. Maybe got some rocks that were gathered to make a little fire pit, and yeah, you take out some flint and steel. Or let me ask you: do you take out flint and steel? Do you do the rolling
I'm
the twig thing?
I'm doing the roll in the
There you
twig
go.
thing. We've got a twig splintered in the middle. I've got another twig going straight through. And I'm going back and forth using friction just to generate any hint of a spark. There's some smoke, and then after it catches fire, taking that kindling and throwing it on top.
And quite quickly, it erupts into a very usable fire. All right.
Yeah.
So this area around here can get a little chilly at night, but not frigid by any means. You're far enough away from the last tooth and not quite approaching the desert. So nights are chilled, but not uncomfortably so, especially with a fire. So as the sun is starting to set and Kalos here is making a fire and getting things prepared to cook up a meal, what are the other 2 characters doing?
Doyle would definitely be preparing the actual meal itself. Like he would probably be looking around for any sort of wild ingredients that might be able to be added. Doing some chopping, prep work, things like that. But um, generally, just focused on the task at hand of getting prepped for the evening.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, so you're helping Carlos with the normal sous chef stuff,
Yep.
setting up ingredients, chopping them up, getting them all set up in nice neat little piles so they can be thrown together as needed. Let's actually have you. Let's roll. We'll do a. I think we'll do a discovery check for this for gathering ingredients. That sounds fun. Uh,
Okay.
so when you're doing a discovery check, again, you would roll your one of your facets to determine what it is that you might find. For looking for ingredients, I think this would probably be adaptability, perhaps.
That was where I was leaning for it, you know. You're looking for something that's going to be useful, something that, maybe wouldn't be expected.
Yeah. So what is your points in adaptability?
Let me pull that up. I believe it's a 3.
Okay. For
Yep.
discovery rolls, you don't throw in any skills there. It is just simply your exploration of the environment using the facet that you're using to look through the environment. So go ahead and roll me 3d6 and we'll see what you find.
Hmm.
Okay. We got a 1, a 3, and a 4. So the 3 and 4 we just kind of move aside. That 1 is what is referred to as an edge success. Edge successes are basically you can take that success, but in turn there's going to be a complication, a little bit of a devil's bargain. So let's see what can we say about an edge success for gathering ingredients.
I feel
Uh,
like gathering ingredients is probably the one part of cooking you want the fewest complications.
Probably. Yeah. Yeah. Uh yeah, let's say for you to count that one as a success. It is only a single edge success. So it's going to be a fairly mild complication. We'll just say that you gather up a number of ingredients, various berries and wild nuts and whatnot. But one of these ingredients is gonna make some portion of the dish really unpalatable.
Mm.
It's not gonna make anyone sick. Nobody's gonna get an allergic reaction. It's just one side for this dish is just gonna be gross.
That's fair.
Okay, so you're gonna turn that one into a success. Go ahead and describe Doyle for us as you are gathering these ingredients.
Doyle is remarkably average. He's average height, average build. Tends to wear very plain clothes. A lot of grays, blacks, earth tones. He tends to sort of fade into the background. Um, but there is a certain draw to him. He looks friendly, he looks nice, he looks approachable, he looks like somebody that's always willing to help. Um, but beyond that, you wouldn't really be able to pick him out of a crowd unless you had already met him, unless you had already known him. Um, and he tends to prefer it that way, hence the maintaining the sort of plain clothes, the earth tones, the option to blend in has always appealed to him.
All right. So we see the definition of an average individual. Rummaging through a nearby, what's the word I'm looking for? A small patch of trees. Uh,
Cops?
cops will work. Small patch of
Yep.
trees, underbrush of various bushes and whatnot. Gathering little berries and nuts and wild grasses and mushrooms or whatnot. You've been all over the place. The lot of you have probably been, as rangers, all over much of Amalta. Uh, so you have a pretty good understanding of what is edible and what is poisonous. So you avoid anything that is going to be quite problematic. But you're not an expert of this region. So you grab some things that you give them a quick little taste, make sure there's nothing wrong with them, set them aside and bring them over. But one of them is just not going to go all that well. Okay. And while all of this is happening, we have Marius setting up tents.
Yeah. Yeah.
Any other flair or activity you would be doing?
I mean, let me think. No, I think Marius is intently focused on setting up the tents, which is kind of peculiar because he's not always intently focused, but he is in another life he was an architect. So he likes buildings.
Mhm.
And while most buildings are a matter of compressive strength and a tent is a matter of tensile strength, the physics underlying them aren't that dissimilar, which Marius could tell you at length. Um, Maybe not you. He is a little timid, but he certainly would tell Doyle and Kalos at length. Um, Marius is large and heavy set. He's just a big old bear of a fellow with kind of a gut and a round face. He's got kind of red brick colored skin and very, very dark hair and eyes. He's originally from the tropics. Um, and he made the long, long journey to the far, far north to become a crusader. And he wears his uniform jacket, especially now that it's cold. He gets cold easily, but he wears his uniform jacket kind of unbuttoned, and he's just quietly and very intently, probably taking a longer time than he should
Mhm.
setting up these tents.
I imagine, whereas most people would just kind of eyeball it and take a quick hit to the stake to keep the tent down. We see Marius here, like really planning things out, like stretching out the tent to make sure it's got that perfect tensile strength, measuring
Totally.
how long the tent is so that there's the proper, like the precise amount of distance between each of the stakes.
Yeah. Staring into distance, muttering to himself as he does a couple calculations in his head,
mm,
which are not strictly speaking necessary, but
okay. Um, I don't know if I have a role for what you're doing. It's certainly easy enough that the aspect of failure is not a concern. So I don't think it really requires
yeah.
a role. You set up the tents, and they are very well prepared tents.
Yeah. There.
Okay. With the campsite set up, ingredients gathered, cooking begun. We will simply start off with these three characters sitting around a campfire as dinner is being prepared and eaten. So I know it's a sort of cold open, but do any of you have a typical night's discussion that you would like to have?
I think it's not a typical night's discussion, but we might want to discuss what went wrong with the side dish. And by we, I mean you two. Marius is just going to eat it without
Mm.
complaint.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that could absolutely.
Carlos, let me ask, what did you make?
But I made like when I was helping
When you were
It's for
preparing
dinner.
the food, yeah, what's for
Yeah.
dinner? Because you're the cook.
meat. Oh, I see. So yeah, so then I basically took whatever Doyle was like brought back, and I was like, okay, like, hey, thanks, and I've like put it all. I made stew. Because that's the easiest thing
Hmm.
you can make with like things from around the wilderness, and prepared everything and just put it all into one big pot. That's like I put it to boil. I let it simmer. I do the chef's kiss. Um, but it's foul. Like there's one aspect of this stew that's just take it and there's just like the bitter aftertaste. I think that's what it is. It's a
Yeah.
bitter aftertaste.
I think the
And
stew
I'm
as
like,
a whole is pretty good. I mean, it's campfire food, but you get a mouthful of one of those mushrooms, and it's just this real earthy, bitter taste that just kind of clings to that upper back portion of your mouth.
I'm like and Gallows very quietly, probably behind like a mouth, just lets the mushroom fall out of her mouth and just plop back into the soup. And she's like, delicious.
Yeah. Marius flinches visibly but says nothing.
Doyle would probably he'd take a bite and get one of those mushrooms and then immediately say, "Oh, I thought those were something else."
Ah,
Yeah. What were you? What did you think it was?
You know, I'm not sure what the regional variant is. I'm not sure if it's something in the soil or something about how these ones grew, but where where I'm used to finding them, they tend to be a little bit on the sweeter side. I thought they would have not quite this strong a flavor.
Mm.
Um,
Yeah.
I, I'm no mushroom expert. I can't complain.
Callus is like, I am. And she takes she like gently is like, don't look, don't look. She like doesn't, she's not gonna throw it out when you guys are watching. Like she's very polite in that aspect, but you guys are kind of friends, so she's like she's able to be a little bit more impolite and more rude. She's like, and she just has it in between her thumb and her forefinger, and she's just waiting for both of you to look away before she like chucks it
Oh.
into the woods.
Like, hey, look at that bird.
Exactly.
It's not that bad.
Yeah. You did a great job.
I did a passable job. Let's be fair here.
The camera will pan over to Nefo with his own bowl of stew, just going at it, just nom, 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 nom.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like look at Nefo. He's enjoying it, so like passable. I think you did a great job.
Yes, if nothing else, I have a future career making pet food.
Lifts his head up out of the bowl, his porcelain white fur stained with this dark stew on the snout, and just sneezes all over the ground.
Mm,
And bless you, bless you. Yeah.
mm.
Mm.
So let me give you a possible topic of conversation, and that is, of course, where you are headed. So Doyle has this map that he picked up a while ago that set him off on his own personal journey. And whatever the map is actually for, because there's much more to the map than this, but over to this one little side of the map, there's just this weird ink blot. Everything else about the map is quite well designed. Uh, Nice calligraphy, maybe not in any language that makes a ton of sense. It's a mysterious map, but it's a very well made, pristine map that you found, and it's unusual to have this strange ink blot just over here. So while you were in the area, you decided, maybe there's something here. This is a map of destiny. It's what led you to being an infiltrator, to setting off on your journey. And in the meantime, throughout this area, you've heard some rumors about a small town, a small town known as. If I scroll down in my notes, a small town known. I really need to bullet point these and not make long paragraphs.
Rose
I,
Rest?
Yes, Rose Rest. Because I
Yep.
because I changed it this morning. It was originally called something else.
Oh,
Yeah.
I only
Last minute
remember
prep.
because roses are my favorite.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you heard of the small town of Rose Rest, and a little bit of the history about it. Rose Rest was a town that was founded by the Rose Wardens, or at least some ancestor with the name of Rose Warden, who had some sort of vision, some sort of prophecy that led them to relocate the inhabitants of wherever they used to be, somewhere much deeper in the region of the Cloudcomb Mountains, over to this particular the rolling hills that would lead up to the mountains, just out of the way of the collapse of the cloud cone, and just before the actual melting of the cloud cone. Uh, and that was 100 years ago. Since then, it's been a small town. Not terribly insular, but they have everything they need. Um, but most importantly, Maud Rosewarden, the some descendant of the original Rosewarden, does seem to share some part of that prophetic ability, and has rumors have been leaking out from travelers who have passed by Rose Rest that there's some weird mumblings coming down from atop the hill about some dark future, quite vague. But when somebody starts talking prophecy, especially somebody who might be an arcanist, might be a follower of the Wailing Agrippina, probably a good idea to at least listen and maybe check it out. So since you're in the area, since it seems to be right where that weird ink blot is, might be something there. The Daedalus might be calling for for an adventure.
And you see, in the ancient past, this was ancient enough that nobody continues this practice anyway. Among my people, there were in fact people who were revered as seers. Nowadays, there's a lot of debate over whether or not they actually had the gift of prophecy or whether they were under the influence of something. But regardless, they were set up in their own temples. These little temples, only about the size maybe of a shack, and these temples were extremely peculiar because they weren't built using the coral, which is the coral and the volcanic granite, but they were built of limestone, which meant they had to be imported. Which means the people of the Coral Coast actually used to import limestone for the purpose of sheltering these oracles. Which I'm not sure if the practice continued anywhere else on the continent. I only read about it when I was in college, but I would be really interested to see if they have such lodgings for a modern day oracle, given how much easier it is these days to import limestone.
I imagine that if this practice was in fashion way back then, odds are odds are it was for a reason that's been lost to us. I would be curious to see if the people in the area had preserved that history and were continuing to do so, but
Right?
I suspect if they did, they may not even need to import the coral. They may simply excavate former
Mm,
temples.
right, right. Um, well, we're that's the other thing. Would they choose to make it out of the indigenous stone of this area, which is, I mean, primarily granite and other sedimentary rocks. Well, granite isn't strictly speaking sedimentary, but limestone. Uh, the, would they use indigenous building materials, or would they, in an effort to privilege these oracles, import at great expense, of course, because in the ancient world, all importation was at great expense. Um, to afford a degree of luxury to people who are believed to hold the destiny of their people. I'm tremendously excited to find this out. Um, and now that I mention it, it is a small town, so it may just be a large house, but I am nonetheless very interested. I suppose is what I am trying to say.
I think
Thank you for
it's
dinner.
gonna be. You're welcome. You're welcome, Marius. I think it's gonna be a large house, especially like you said, it is a small town. So, I mean, but I remember back in my hometown, we just made houses from stone, whatever, it was just lying around, but we didn't really have a seer, so not really sure. I guess because there's privilege, but I feel like everybody just stayed inside the same sort of architectural structure and the stone
Mm,
because, um, well, when you're, dealing with horrors and stuff, not like you have the luxury to really set aside, um,
right,
effort and resources to build something grand for one or two people. But
right. Seer temples may just have been a southern practice. I haven't encountered any when I was studying the ruins of Old Rimehold.
Mm-hmm. I
Although
don't
we
think.
have encountered many lavish buildings that. Oh, sorry,
No.
Kalos.
Oh no,
I was, but
don't worry
uh,
about it. You keep. Yeah.
So we did encounter a lot of very, very lavish structures whose purposes we don't entirely know. Some of them we consider may have been temples and that may have been religious in origin, but we don't have any confirmation on that fact. So they may just have been upscale dwellings for nobles in society. Old Rimehold is famous for its love of nobility and luxury. Or they could have been something akin to the Coral Coast seer temples, or even temples to ancestor shrines or to Gaius, or any number of things, but we don't know. I suppose.
Whatever it is, I'm excited to find out what's going on. I mean, we've got prophecies of doom and gloom, and honestly, I think this will be my first time visiting the region. I want to see what the cultural differences are. I want to see how people live here, and possibly what information they have uncovered about the great calamities of the past and the great wars. And let's let's see what this adventure can bring us rather than going in expecting a certain outcome. Like you said, it could be that this will be a grand temple made of limestone. It could be that it's just a large house. One way or another, this will be an experience.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. It has occurred to me. So we're going to be meeting this prophet then. I can't say I've ever met any kind of oracle before.
Historically, I've tended to avoid them. I'm not much interested in seeing my own future, but I think that between this map and these rumors, it's not something that we can really afford to ignore.
True. And even if the rumors come to nothing, this is a haunted enough area that there'll certainly be something for us to do.
Yeah, like we need to. That's a good point. I mean, yeah. And she kind of like snaps out of whatever funk she was in. She's like, yeah, like there has to be people that, need our help. And I agree, no expectations. Let's see what, let's see where the seer is staying and, see what the truth, if any, the rumors bring, or just ignore all the rumors altogether. But yeah, we should probably make sure that there are people, that are around here that if they do need our help, we, do our best to serve them in any way possible.
Now, that of course isn't to say that we can't take some time to admire the architecture, but I think that ultimately, no matter what they build the temple out of, it'll be worth seeing, if for no other reason than to visit the seer.
Absolutely correct. What do you think, Nufo?
Well said.
Let me ask, actually, since these are magical beasts, do they talk or are they just elk?
They don't talk, but someone with forest whisper can understand
Right.
what they're saying.
Right. Yeah.
Which I think Kalos has.
Kalos has. Yeah.
So,
Carlos says,
Doyle and Marius cannot talk to Nufa. They do.
it's like, what do you think, Nepo? Nepo responds,
Nepo?
yeah. Oh,
Oh.
Nepo's got it.
No.
Yeah.
Doyle absolutely responds to Nepo anytime Nepo makes a noise in
Yeah.
his direction. It's saying something along the lines of, "Well, that's fascinating. I haven't heard that before," and just sort of poking fun at the elk a little bit, but trying to pretend to be in a conversation.
As confident as ever, Nepo.
Goes down, shoves his snout in another bowl of stew.
Yeah.
He certainly doesn't worry the way we do.
I don't think that there's much to worry about, considering that, I mean, we should be confident going into this, you know? And
Yes.
I mean, Nefo's biggest concern is, I mean, look at him. Look at him. He's more concerned about filling his belly than anything else at this moment.
Yeah. And Marius takes a bite of his stew, shudders slightly, continues eating his stew.
Alice has like given up on the idea that she can just keep chucking the mushrooms behind her, so she like will take it, like close her eyes, swallow like the mushroom as whole as much as she can, and then just continuously start like drinking the rest of the stew to like wash it down.
Doyle's been carefully sifting through each spoonful to make sure that there are no mushrooms in it.
3 very appropriate responses from your characters. Okay, let us turn in for the night then, so we can, in the morning, set off on our adventure proper.
Yay.
So it is a peaceful night of well rest, and in the morning, with the sun, the 3 of you can rise. The 4 of you, of course, Nefo, can rise and begin the rest of your trek towards this small town.
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
So, passing over the rolling hills of this region, you're traveling generally northwestward. You're still quite a ways from the boundary garden, but heading in that direction. You know from rumor that the small mountain hill, whatever remains of this lower portion of the cloud comb, is over in that direction. Was in fact a low lying or leading up region of the cloud comb. And you spend the day walking in that direction. As you pass over one of these hills, you do see that there is a rather large hill over there, steep, but nowhere near mountainous. It's not even approaching the frost layer, the snow boundary where ice caps would form, snow peaks would form. But it is clearly a high point in the terrain around here. It does look steep, but it is covered in grasses and other foliage. It doesn't look terribly imposing. From here, not a great view of the peak, but it does come to a sort of plateau at the top. Below this particular hill, and sort of surrounded by other rolling hills, is a small town. And it does look rather quaint. There's maybe 200 people here, so quite a small town. And let's actually, as you were approaching, because this is something that Marius definitely pointed out that you were interested. Go ahead and make me some sort of roll for the architecture of this region.
How about understanding engineering?
That's what I figured. Yeah.
That's something that he's very good at. We're gonna roll 4 die.
So that
We're
would
gonna
be
do this. 4 of them.
3 dice from
No!
your understanding and 1 dice with your skill in engineering. Unfortunately, that's 3, 3, 2,
3,
2,
3, 2, 2.
which is completely
No.
useless dice. Those are
Yeah.
there's no successes in there. I hesitate to call them failures, but there is no success in there for you to work with.
Marius is distracted.
Yeah.
It's occurred to him that being this close to the desert, the soil is probably extremely thin, and he's started wondering if they have a history of landslides and flash floods here, and he's been thinking about that instead of paying attention to the building for once.
So very basic information of the buildings. You can see that there is some difference between the sizes of the buildings, but you don't see any particular region of this town that has big opulent buildings and others that are small shacks. They all seem fairly equal in stature. There is a very basic, not really a road system, but clear pathway grid laid out for this town. This was a town that was quite purposely built as opposed to one that just sort of sprang up sporadically as needed. And you are distracted. It is hard to tell from this distance, but the outsides of the building do look fairly simple. There's not a lot of architectural flair to them. Any of the flair that there is basically comes from gardening and instead of actual fences of stone or wood, their own little shrub boundaries or small trees that are planted to demark plots of land. Doesn't necessarily look like it's a overly simplified living, but it's not one of the more extravagant towns that you've visited. You do, however, see there are a number of people walking about. You have a good vantage point from the top of a nearby hill. It looks like there's a small market. You see a number of personal gardens scattered about places, as well as some larger gardens along the outskirts of this town. There is a small like half high, like half person high stone, I'd hesitate to even call it a wall, but stone fence around the majority of the town. And there does look to be there doesn't look to be any sort of main administrative center or anything that would denote a town hall or anything, but there is one larger building that probably looks like it's some sort of community center / bar. But as you are approaching Rose Rest, you do the wind blows and you do get the sweet scent of roses on the air. Very comfortable region around here. Sweet smelling. The air is comfortably chilled, and you can make your
This
way into
reminds
town.
me of oh sorry. It's like this reminds me of Scattered Rose Island and brings back good memories. Shame about the architecture. I mean, it just looks like they're regular stone houses.
Most of them, in fact, are wood. There is
Wood.
actually little stone involved.
Oh, well, shame about the houses. It's just wood.
Oh, goodness. You're right.
Yeah.
Oh.
But this is a very nice town. I feel right at home because it's just reminds me of Tomiris, and I don't know, just I spent a lot of time at Scatter Rose Island, so it's just nice to be here.
I heard it's beautiful.
Yeah. So hopefully this town has a lot of beauty as well. I mean, it feels very natural. Like there's, I mean, one big thing, but that's about it.
It is a tavern. Is anyone else hungry?
Absolutely.
Nefo?
Mm,
Yeah, yeah. We could eat. We could eat.
Yes. Let's have lunch.
late lunch, early dinner. You've been
Yeah.
traveling for a while, yeah.
Yeah.
hmm
Let us have some lunch.
Okay. You can make your way into town. Uh,
Yeah.
how are you all kitted out? I don't know if we covered that in character description. Are you? I believe Kalos said you're wearing a fairly simple flower dress. Uh, are any of you walking around in imposing armor with big fancy swords or bows?
Marius carries a spear. He's just got a big old spear. Um, and he often wears his uniform, but he is not particularly uh attentive to the proprieties of a uniform, especially when he's this far away from the Legion. And he doesn't wear a ton of armor, but he does have gauntlets and a breastplate.
Doyle, Doyle wouldn't really have much in the way of armor, or really weaponry for that matter. He would probably have a couple of small knives for essentially for survival, for um, gathering food, for you know, getting in and out of trouble in ruins and things like that. But for the most part, he doesn't carry around a lot of really big swords because that would make him far less inconspicuous than he likes to be.
Mm.
I think also Kalos has left her bow and like quiver of arrows on Nefo because she's like in terms of conspicuity, it's a cloud elk.
Yeah.
So she's like, yeah, like, but on her it's no. And usually she'll mount Nefo anyways when if they have to fight. So
Yeah. Okay.
Definitely a benefit of traveling with these two for Doyle is that, he looks very, very average
Mm.
and far less interesting than the other two.
Mm.
He can just sort of fade into the background while everyone focuses on the elk and the armor.
Yeah. Yes, so mostly what you are presenting is general travelers. Rangers, perhaps, but general travelers. You are certainly not imposing mercenaries that are here to cause trouble. You are all rather nice looking people that are appropriately attired for traveling the wilderness. So you walk into town past one of the breaks in this little stone boundary around it. It looks more maybe ceremonial. It's certainly not a wall. And you do see, just from necessity, a few people about, especially on the outskirts of this region, that do have very simple, leather armors or small breastplates or whatnot that would be carrying some sort of arms because, 100 years after post collapse and demons start spewing out all over the place, there is always the problem of horrors or wandering lesser demons that might pop up. But generally, as you walk into town, as you pass by these individuals, walk further into town, you're not stopped, you're not questioned at all, and in fact, as you walk through town, people seem quite pleasant. Not disturbingly so, not suspiciously so, but they're moving about their day, and as they see travelers come by, some of them will wave politely to you. As you pass by markets, they may uh, proffer their goods, not in a terribly pressuring way, but hey, you look like you've been on the road for a while. How would you like some fresh fruit? It seems this town is quite pleasant.
I would like some fresh fruit, actually.
Okay. Yeah, you do pass by a sort of central uh marketplace around a small fountain where there's a number of stalls set up, and an older gentleman, um, probably in his 60s or so, has a small hunch, this big bushy gray beard. He and his wife are there behind a little stall with a number of little baskets of uh strawberries and blueberries, and a whole bunch of little
Yeah.
berries. Uh, and the wife will, this tiny little woman comes out, little bit hunched over with a small box of these strawberries, and comes over to you. Hello, new travelers. Welcome to Rose Rest. We have a small farm along the outskirts. Just you may have passed it on your way in. Would you like to try one of our strawberries? They're delicious this season.
Y- yes, thank you. Yes, please.
Oh, good,
I
good.
would.
I'm sure you'll enjoy it.
And Marius is from
These
the
are
tropics. He will die without fresh fruit.
Mm.
So, like,
uh Kalos like takes one of the strawberries and offers it to Nefo, and she's like, "Thank you so much for this. This is really quite kind of you."
Oh, well, kindness is it's its own payment. Pay it forward, and you get it back in even greater quantities.
um, regarding payment, however, I would very much like to purchase some strawberries, if I may.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. She'll
Yes.
lead you over to the stall, and you'll have a small discussion about what you want to buy. Currency isn't
Yeah.
a big deal in this game. Again, you're
No.
traveling. You're rangers. You're generally kitted out in whatever you need, as long as it's nothing too extravagant. You have money on you from your adventures, and you can exchange said money for goods and services and berries.
Yeah. And berries,
Yeah.
which, yeah, like, Marius
Absolutely.
is trying to hide his excitement, but like his hands are shaking a little, like he finally has fresh fruit again.
Uh,
Uh,
how much do you buy? Do you buy just like a little box for you to eat right now, or do you like load down on strawberries and whatnot?
I think this is.
I mean, they're
I
not
think
they're
I'm gonna
not
get a
gonna
bunch.
last. They're fresh berries, so you got to eat them within a few days, unless you can manage to, I don't know, dry them or otherwise preserve them. Uh,
Yeah. I think, conscious of the fact that they're not going to be fresh fruit forever, he's just going to get a little box for everybody.
okay.
Thank you, Marius. That's really nice. And Kalos like goes over to the old couple and like gives some money just like for each. Just like, thank you so much for like being so kind and like so welcoming. We really do appreciate it. And she like gives them like more money
Yeah.
because she's just like very touched by like them like, coming up and like being like, hey, like try our stuff, and we have like a tiny little farm, and she wants to support that as much as she can.
They'll shake your hand in thanks, and
Yeah.
the berries are actually they're in little like woven grass bowls, like
I love
tall
them.
grass bowls
Yeah.
that have just been woven
Yeah.
together in little baskets.
Like,
Doyle is seeing an opportunity to potentially prevent future mistakes and asks them, as farmers here, what can you tell me about the wild fruits and vegetables that could be foraged?
The older man will chime up. Well, son, it's been quite some time since I've been spry enough to go out and forage on my own. I do have a grandson that moved to a nearby town a while back, but every once in a while he comes home and brings by quite a satchel of quite lovely ingredients. I know there's quite a few nice berries out and about, wild berries. There is a nut tree about that has very uh, well, quite nutty, full crops of nuts that are great on salads or mashed into a paste. Makes a fine ingredient for various soups or marinades. There you do have to watch out for the mushrooms though, because they're none too good around here.
Yes, we noticed that. That's why I was curious if you had tips of other things to avoid. But I'll definitely keep an eye out for the nut trees.
Good, good. I should point out there are two very similar versions of these trees. One of them has these little red acorn like things. Don't take from those. Those are quite poisonous.
Okay, don't touch the red acorns. Understood.
And Marius kind of stoops over. He lays his hand on the table, and he's trying his best not to be huge, but he can't help it. He is. And he kind of
Towering
looks
over this little
yeah,
hunched over couple.
and he looks directly at them and he says, "Thank you very much for your advice, and the berries are extremely delicious."
Oh,
And he kind of
I'm glad to hear
retreats
it.
slightly to avoid looming over these people.
It's always nice to have travelers.
Mm. Um, where would travelers look for lodgings?
Uh, well, just down the road here is the Pendleton Lodge. Uh,
Mm.
Mostly a local watering hole, but they do have a few small rooms in the back that you can lie your head in the evening.
Wonderful. Thank you.
House looks at Nepo and is like, "Are you gonna like?" And if let's say that like all the rooms were booked, would there be a place that we could go as well? Perhaps that has a nice outdoor area for my friend here to rest his weary head when the day is done.
Well, this is a rather small town. We don't have much in the way of grand parks or anything, but you're never far from the boundaries. You could simply make camp somewhere. I'm sure nobody would bother you.
Hey, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, of course, of course. Well, I must return to selling my wares. But if you are stopping by the lodge later, I may be there to listen to you regale us of your tales of your travels. We're always all excited to hear from new travelers.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, great,
Yes.
yes, of course. So nice to meet you. It was so nice to meet you.
To meet you.
It was a pleasure. And yeah, if we see each other again, I would love to, sit down and have a chat. But right now, we should probably go over there and see what the situation is like.
Over there.
Okay.
Is I never know what to do when people ask me to regale them with stories.
Don't worry, just talk about like architecture.
People
Talk
get
about what you're
bored when I do
passionate.
that. People get extremely bored when I do that.
Instead of
Ah,
talking about the architecture, talk about the cultural aspect of the architecture
See,
rather than just the structure itself. Because if you can tie it back to the people that built the structure,
but the two are inextricable. The two are completely inextricable. The structure itself contains the whole. Oh, I understand your point. Thank you, Doyle.
I'm sure that, like they said that they said they were a nice town. So just talk about whatever you feel comfortable with, and I'm sure, someone will like listen and
Yes.
respond positively.
Of course. Yes.
And if they don't, you can just, move on to the next person. You don't need to waste your time with people who don't respect you or treat you kindly.
Excellent advice as usual, Carlos. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I shall,
Well,
however, hope that no one asks me to regale them with anything.
you could point to one of us if that happens, and then,
Yes.
or,
Yes.
and then if you point to me, maybe I'll point to Doyle, and then Doyle can handle it.
Yes. I see.
Yes.
Excellent. An excellent strategy. Thank you.
Nevo just starts going off on this long tangent that nobody understands.
Except for
except
Alice,
except for
like-
Kalos.
He's like,
You make a good point, Nepo.
Even Nefo is better at talking to people than I am.
she don't. No, I love talking to you, Marius, and Nefo is talking to me about being, in the pasture, as like all the cloud elks were, and I've heard this story many times. But I love hearing you tell me about things, Marius. Don't worry.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Let's maybe go to the tavern. Yes.
Yes.
The berries were excellent, but I am still a little hungry.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you can make your way down through this town to the Pendleton Lodge.
Yeah.
And it is it's not the biggest tavern you've been to, like everything else here. It is rather quaint. There's probably a few other older people out on little chairs on the porch of this place, just having a conversation, perhaps with some pipes.
Patio beers.
Mm-hmm. You can head on inside. Again, quite a quaint little place. There is a small bar with some shelves back there that have a few jugs, a few small like hand kegs that are set up, hand barrels. Um, a number of tables that are placed about. There's a few people in here. It's a little early for like the night crowd, if there really is a night crowd in such a small quaint little village, but there's a number of people in here. Few of them look up as you approach. Some of them are clearly like the older couple you met, quite friendly and inviting. They might tip a hat or wave in your direction or simply smile. Others are not hostile by any means, but simply look up and go back to what they're doing. And you can head up to the bar, and there is a young woman there. When I say young one, I mean probably in her early 20s or so. Um, she's simply dressed, but she has this bright pink flop of hair.
What the roses?
Hello.
Welcome to the Pendleton. I certainly don't recognize you, so you're not one of our regular customers here in Rose Rest. You must be travelers. You look like you've been on the road for a while. Not to say that you're disheveled or anything. You look great. But you have all the traveling gear and whatnot. It's very good to have new people coming into the town. You look really confused. Could I offer you a table?
Hello?
Something to drink? Something to eat?
Yes.
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 Yes, please.
Absolutely.
Yes. Okay, brilliant. Yes, we'll take four meals, and I guess whatever you recommend.
She
We'll just
goes off
have-
on a rapid fire list of various locally created beers and meads and whatnot. And starts talking about the meal that's been prepared for the night. There's some roast chicken with root vegetables being prepared, but real rapid fire going off. And she'll scurry out behind the bar and lead you over to one of these tables. Bring over a little. Again, one of those little woven baskets of nuts, and plop that down for you.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Whatever. What did you guys want to? Callus is like turning to Doyle and Marius. Did you guys want to drink anything like beer, ale wise? I can.
The mead sounds excellent.
We of course
I
have
think
fresh
I
water
could-
from the well. We can always get more water from the well.
Fresh water.
I think that I'd like a mead as well, and a fresh water.
Sure, so 3 fresh waters and 2 meads, please.
There's an excellent spring in the area. It comes straight down from Seer's Peak. Very fresh water, very cool, and very good for you. Very good for your skin.
Wow, thank you.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's very good to know.
yes. Glad that we ordered 3 of them. Thank you so much.
I'll be right back. And she scurries off. Very high energy young woman.
Well,
She is certainly excitable.
yes. I mean,
Yes.
she clearly takes pride over what she does, which I think is pretty cool.
Yes, it is important to like what you do. You know what
Yes.
these
but
nuts are like.
yes. You can I'll do my best so you don't feel overwhelmed because I got it.
Would
Don't worry about it.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, don't worry about it at all. And plus they seem so nice, so we're
Yeah.
in good hands, I can tell.
But regarding that, if the rumors are true and they're collecting rangers to this place because of a concern of some great disaster, none of the people that we have encountered have seemed even a little bit trepidatious about the future or in any way anxious or troubled.
That's a really good point. Maybe they're just putting up a front to seem brave, or I don't know,
Mm,
but we should probably, I mean, we can see if their attitude changes if we choose to reveal that we are rangers. But for
mm,
now, they just seem to keen that we're just travelers. And so even if they did have troubles, they probably wouldn't just tell a random traveler they want they want
mm,
to appear normal and all that stuff.
mm, mm,
I've found that often people are reluctant to burden strangers with their problems,
mm,
and especially strangers who are wandering into town to potentially spend money at the local shops.
I
You don't want them thinking, oh, disaster is about to strike this area. We should go somewhere else.
Right.
It
So
doesn't do much for the tourism business.
mm,
that's why
as reasonable as
they're
ever.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Um,
It's probably why their attitude would change if well, I'm guessing, I don't know for sure, but if we, mentioned, "Oh, we're looking for the seer. Oh, we're rangers," their tune might change.
mm, mm, I see.
Should we?
To whom should we introduce ourselves?
I think before we introduce ourselves, we might want to gather a little bit more information.
Mm, mm.
Perhaps ask where we might find the seer.
Yes.
But if they
Perfect.
ask why we want to find the seer, what do we say? We just heard the rumors and we're curious travelers and yada yada yada.
I mean,
I
at that
mean,
point, we can, of course,
we're
let
here
them
to
know that
help.
we're rangers and that we're here to help. But
Mm, mm,
I think that finding the seer should be our first priority, and ultimately, the seer should be able to point us in the direction of the calamity.
mm.
Sounds good to me. So
We
when she
ask when the
comes
meat
back,
arrives.
yeah, because she's got a lot of information. She's very knowledgeable. She just
And
talks.
she is very willing to share
Yes,
so
exactly.
far.
Yes. So when she comes back, just ask, see where it takes us, and hopefully everything will work out.
Hmm.
So
Mm,
a number of minutes goes by, and you see this young woman come out, arms laden down with 2 big planks of wood containing 3 plates of the dinner and 6 glasses of ale and fresh water, moving about expertly, weaving. I mean, there's not really a crowd, but weaving through the tables. She is clearly an experienced server. Comes over, expertly, gently lowers one of these trays down on a nearby table and starts rapidly, but without spilling anything, placing everything down in front of you. It goes over, grabs all the other things, and places it down.
Thank you very much.
Oh, of course. I hope you enjoy it. I'm sure you will enjoy it. If you don't, you just let me know, and we can certainly do something else for you.
Yeah, thank you. Speaking of
This
doing
looks
something else,
wonderful.
Yes.
speaking of
I love your dress. It's very pretty. Where did you get it?
thank you. Yes, I love your hair. It's so beautiful. It's like, is it is it natural?
Oh, no, certainly not natural. I don't think I've ever met anyone with natural pink hair. That would be lovely, though. That would be great. No, I made the dye myself, actually, from a combination of berries and roses that grow wild out here. Very nice smelling. The smell doesn't retain. Obviously, you have to wash it out. But very pretty color.
Wow, yes, and gorgeous, gorgeous on you, gorgeous on everything. Speaking of gorgeous things, we were looking around and we were wondering if you could be so kind and, tell us a little bit about the seer?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I suppose. The Rose Warden. You've heard of the Rose Warden?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
She's a bit of an eccentric compared to some of her ancestors. She mostly keep, or they mostly keep to themselves. But every now and then, some people go up there for various advice, fortunes. Travelers sometimes are you here to see her, to have your own prophecies foretold?
We actually were here to see her about some prophecies we've heard her telling others.
Yes. There has been there has been some. Well, there's always some sort of word coming down. Yeah, she's actually the great granddaughter of the original Rose Warden who led us here.
Wow, that's incredible. Uh, you must be so proud of her
Yeah,
and
yes,
her family.
they and their family have definitely kept us safe, and prosperous. We have very little problems. This seems to be an excellent location that they chose for us.
It
Yeah.
does seem like a lovely town, and for it to be as prosperous as it is, they must be excellent leaders.
Oh, well, they usually at least mauled. They tend to keep to themselves. Never been one for governance, really. Just every now and then, hey, you might wanna plant crops over here instead of over there.
I see.
We
I can
haven't
see how
had to
that would
move
be
in the
very
100 years.
useful.
That's very nice. We're always ready. The buildings are mostly collapsible, so we can pick up and move should we ever need to. But fortunately, the Rose Warden hasn't deemed it necessary.
Maris's eyes go wide. He immediately just like starts looking at all the corners and the joints.
Yeah, you
like
can
he's-
see now that she points it
Yeah.
out. You can look over in the different corners, and yeah, there's a number, like all of the support structures that go into the corners and whatnot do look like they have small wooden levers that can be like cranked back so walls can be collapsed down or folded up.
Yeah, he's in building town now. There's no talking to him. He's just staring around wild-eyed.
Right?
While Marius is distracted, Doyle addresses the waitress, says, "So would you say that her prophecies are typically very accurate?"
Well, with any sort of prophecy or foresight, as far as I'm aware, I haven't visited her myself, or I haven't visited them myself.
Oh, sorry. Were their prophecies accurate?
Yes. Well, they not them, but their ancestor certainly predicted the calamity quite well. And when we plant crops over there instead of over there, they come up quite fresh and bountiful. They're always vague and clouded in layers of poetry and whatnot. But generally, if you have the right interpretation.
Brilliant, brilliant. Yeah, that's great. Because it seems like this entire town has really benefited from interpreting her words in a very meaningful way, and that's wonderful. And I'm so happy for you guys.
So, what is the procedure typically for visiting Maud?
Well, I think you can just go up there.
Oh, wonderful. There aren't specific hours that we should attend to, or
I mean, I wouldn't really know, but I mean, sometimes people go up and they stay for a while. Sometimes they go up and come back down. Sometimes they don't see her or don't see them.
all
From
right.
from what I
Yeah.
understand, they generally keep to their own schedule. But
Yeah. I could see that for sure.
but
So,
travelers like yourself, we don't get a lot of travelers, and when we do, they're usually expected.
yeah, cool. Like, they know we're coming.
Maybe.
I mean, that's great. I mean, that's great. Then we don't have to feel rude about like showing up unexpected. She's trying to not talk to like the waitress, but she's not great at whispering either. So she's like, yeah, like that's great because then we don't have to worry if it's like rude. We can just kind of show up because they probably know that we're coming anyways.
I mean, even if they know we're coming, I feel like we should still adhere to some cultural norms. Maybe wait until morning to go and visit instead of the middle of the night.
What if, I mean, I feel like now we're getting tricky with like prophecy stuff because I feel like what if they saw that we were coming in the middle of the night, but then we defy that and we go in the middle in the day, you know? But like
I
what if I don't know. Now I feel like every action isn't me, it's like what they saw.
I
You,
think that
you,
our
you seem to be having
choices.
your own conversation right now, and I certainly don't want to butt in. If you need anything else, I'll be just over there.
Cool,
Thank you.
Thank you so
She
much. Hey,
skates away.
okay. Can we get Marius in on this? Marius,
But
Marius, architecture is lovely.
it is. It absolutely is. But more than that, if you look closely, you see that the roof is in segments, which means that the
Incredible.
roof needs to be continually re-waterproofed, which requires a great deal of maintenance to maintain this kind of structure. Not only
Cool,
that,
cool.
but
Yes.
I
Marius,
imagine in a region where it doesn't rain as often, that's less of a concern.
it is likely less of a concern than it would be, say, in my homeland. But at the same time, I mean, you still need to keep occasional rains out.
Oh, of
For
course.
sure, for sure.
But
Speaking, mm,
uh,
Marius, I did have a
have we
question.
learned something?
Yes,
Ah,
we've
uh,
we've learned about the brilliant roof in segments and all of that stuff. We've also learned that uh we can just go.
oh,
That was what we were currently debating, the merits of just going versus waiting until, say, morning instead of the night. Um, I suspect because it's been revealed to us that the prophet probably already knows that we're coming. The
oh,
question is, does the prophet know we're coming and expect us in the middle of the night, or expect us to follow a cultural norm?
it is the afternoon, however.
That is true.
Right. So And then I got kind of weird because it feels like anything we do, like, what if they saw it already? Like, what if they're seeing us debating this? So then I'm just thinking we might as well just show up if they've seen everything. Because it
I
feels
think
like,
I can't imagine seeing everything full time would be very pleasant for a person.
I agree, but I don't know. I'm not very comfortable lingering in this discomfort that everything
Mm.
we're doing has been, I don't know,
Then-
seen to a certain degree.
Then I think that, with respect to your perspective, Doyle, perhaps we
we
ought to just be outsiders about it.
we don't necessarily need to wait all the way till morning versus the middle of the night. It was idle curiosity more than active
Oh, no.
planning there.
What I mean is, rather than worrying about what the locals would expect of us, perhaps we ought to just be visitors about it.
Of course, of course. As I said, it's not a matter of should we wait till the morning. It's a matter of does arriving in the middle of the night because it was foretold still make you rude?
Was
I'm
it
not
foretold?
suggesting that we wait till the middle of the night or wait till the morning. We can absolutely
Oh.
still go now. This was just me being
Yeah.
curious about the connotation and the
Oh.
cultural norms of the area.
Ah. Speaking of cultural norms, perhaps I will pick up another basket of strawberries.
Good.
It is,
Sounds like a plan.
at least in my hometown, polite to show up with snacks for someone.
Oh, that's true. We should bring gifts. All right. Let's just we tried to figure out the locals' way. I don't know if it worked out or not, but let's
Mm,
just be polite. Maybe it's expected that if since we are travelers, we should just adhere to our own cultural norms and then do our
That's
best.
what I plan on doing. What are visiting norms like where you're from?
I mean, honestly, it's still the basic politeness of show up at times when people are awake.
Mm,
Mm,
mm.
no. I think ours is just, well, no, I don't know. I think you just show up and you're just happy and people are receptive to that.
My mother always used to say, either wait for an invitation or bring gifts.
Hmm.
That I think is the cultural norm we should follow. We
Mm.
don't have an invitation, even if they already know that we're coming, but we should bring a gift.
Mm.
Mm. I feel like even though, no, it's just so trippy to think. I'm just getting so confused and so turned
Quite all
around
right.
thinking about this. It's like,
I think
is it an invitation? Because if they saw that we were coming and they haven't sent someone to stop us from coming, then it's like an open invitation. I'm just confused. I need to think about this. Seers are
perhaps
tricky business.
once we speak to the seer, we'll have a clearer idea of what they do and don't see, which might alleviate some of the confusion you're feeling.
Okay, that sounds good.
Because I think wondering about it without asking them is not getting us anywhere good.
All right, so let's just show up with a gift and
Mm.
see what happens.
Yeah.
And if we get told to come back tomorrow morning because we are being rude, then problem solved.
Hmm.
Again, I don't think showing up in the afternoon is rude. It was just curious about whether they know we're coming at night would mean that coming at night is rude. We can absolutely
Mm.
go in the afternoon and not be rude.
Yes.
Uh,
I think the
yes.
philosophical implications of the situation are making this more complicated for us than perhaps it should be.
Perhaps.
I don't get it. Should we just go?
Yes, we
Okay.
should just go.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Darius is
Um,
gonna finish his dinner. He's gonna finish his mead. He takes way longer than the rest of the party to do this. I know we've agreed we're just going to go. He takes a while to eat. Slow.
Kalos, how much is this whole prophecy foretold destiny thing bothering you?
It's like bothering her like a super amount. She's like
Enough
so
to take a
confused.
scatter?
No, not
All right.
Not
maybe.
dissociating an amount, maybe.
I don't know if it's a I think when it gets to the point where she would scatter, she's just like, no, like, okay, like she's just leaving her trust into these two,
Okay.
that like whatever philosophical discussions they want, because she's like used to having like used to just sitting back while Doyle and Marius talk about ruins, and she can't contribute anything. She's just like happy to be there.
Mhm.
And so I think every time it gets that dangerously close, maybe Nepho nudges her out of the funk, or is like, hey, like, watch yourself.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Okay.
that would be it.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, I like that.
Because I know if I get in my head about some philosophical conundrum and it just keeps going and keeps going, it can
Yeah.
mess with you. So
I agree.
okay.
I think Nepho just keeps nudging her before it tips over to that point where
Ne-
he like
Nepho
he's
knows.
vigilant.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he knows, he's seen the warning signs. He's just like, hey, like, snap out of it.
Yeah.
It's like dogs who always somehow know when you're upset, even though you're trying your hardest to hide it, and they come over and put their head on your knee.
Yeah.
Aw, yeah.
Okay.
So eventually Marius does finish his food, and then we go get strawberries. And we go see Maud Rose Warden.
Okay. So, heading up what is generously referred to as Seer's Peak, will take some time. Probably about once you finish your dinner, once you go pick up some more berries from the lovely old couple, and make your way out of town, over to the base of this hill and up this sort of winding path. You'll probably be arriving there around dusk. Again, as the sun is setting. So the journey up there is not perilous by any means. You're not scaling a mountain. There does seem to be a path, not one that is, cobbled or one that has fencing or railing, but simply a path that has clearly been walked for generations. So you make your way up this hill, this tall hill, to the apex of it, and there is a bit of a plateau up there. As you're going up, there's a number of foliage. There is, of course, rose bushes and whatnot that are fairly plentiful along this pathway, and do look like they are tended from time to time, trimmed back. Maybe not made in any decorative shapes, but definitely trimmed back in nice, neatly trimmed hedges. And again, as you are moving along this path, as the sun begins to set and starts to cool, it is a very pleasant area. The breeze coming through the winding hills of this area picks up the scent of the flowers, and it's just a nice, relaxing time making this journey up here. The slope of the mountain would otherwise be quite steep, but the pathway does allow for a nice, gentle journey, if longer than it would be taking a more direct route. It does make it quite easy and calming to make this journey, perhaps by design. You make your way up there again, just as the sun is beginning to pass down the horizon, and you see atop there. I will say, as you get further up this path, the hedges, the rose bushes, do start to look a little less well kept. And you get to the top of this area, and there is plenty of foliage about, but it looks almost wild. The grass is taller here. The bushes are unkempt, still full of flowers and berries, but not as well trimmed as the ones down towards the base. And there is a small circular stone fenceway that surrounds what looks like simply a large yurt, a large circular, maybe octagonal tent. Certainly not the temple that Marius was hoping for. This again looks like a dwelling that is designed and probably quite old, looking at the fraying of the material and how much the area has taken and overgrown around the edges of this tent this year. Looks like it's been there for quite some time, but was designed to be mobile. You can see there is an opening at the top where there is a small trickle of smoke coming out. Clearly a fire inside. But it is a full yurt as opposed to a personal tent. So there's plenty of room inside for proper dwelling and hosting guests and whatnot. But you get to the top of this pathway, and there is that small stone fenceway and this sort of wild brush around the area, leading to this yurt where the flaps are, held open. Inside, however, it is dark, though you can see the dancing of a very small flame.
I look at Doyle.
I'm also looking at
I-
Doyle.
I knock on the nearest solid thing and announce our presence. Hello, is anyone home?
Yeah, you can go over to the low stone fence and maybe take the pommel of a knife or something and just clatter on it a couple times, because knocking on stone isn't really going to do much.
No.
But you can take the pommel of a knife and sort of tap a couple times, announce your presence. There's
Without just barging in.
right. There is no response.
Okay. Do I hear any movement anywhere, or is the low flame the only real sign of life?
Let's see. Let's make this a roll.
Okay.
So what are you gonna roll here?
Let me see. Let's see. I imagine I would probably roll sensitivity. Not my best trait, but
Yeah, I think sensitivity works, and perhaps focus as well, clearing your mind, uh, trying to be perceptive of quite a quiet, calm environment, picking up any little detail you can.
yeah.
So it's not going to be a large dice
Sensitivity and
pool.
focus.
Not going to be a large
No.
dice pool for you. Only one in sensitivity, and you get the one from having a skill in focus. So that's 2 dice.
Nope. I did not type that correctly.
Slash R 2d6.
Yeah. I instead of 2d6, I just
Yeah.
wrote roll 2. So
A 2
And you
and a
got a
4.
2? Ooh.
Again, not very useful dice.
No.
So no, you don't notice much of anything. The low flame in the tent continues to flicker, and there's no noticeable response.
I asked the other two, do you see or hear anyone? I can't tell if we're alone here.
Huh?
Mm,
Well, there's a fire, so we shouldn't be alone. Maybe they stepped out? But wait, no. They were supposed to see that we came.
so I
Well,
would like to do
there's
a
a chance they
sensitivity
could have
humanity.
seen that we came.
I would like to do a sensitivity humanity to listen for and look for signs of a person.
Okay. Things like tracks and just generally moving about.
Tracks, sounds of movement, like signs. You know how like sometimes you come up to a home and you can see that like somebody's very recently moved something or
Mm.
Sure. Yeah.
yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Sensitivity humanity is not great for Marius, but he does have humanity.
Okay.
Single edge success.
Uh-oh.
Mm.
Okay. How would I make this
We
a
roll bad,
complication?
gang.
Yeah, we're not having very good rolls
We roll
today.
bad,
Yeah,
gang.
get it all out of our systems
Yeah.
in these
Right.
early, less consequential moments. Let's see, an edge success for just trying to tell if anyone's home. Um, what could we do here? Let's. Hmm. Hmm. Do you have any? Because this can be a negotiation. Do you have any suggestions for me,
Mm.
Kat?
One that I often give people on sort of symphonies is that like you will kind of immediately and in an uncomfortable way make your presence known as well.
Yeah, I was
You will
leaning in
be
that direction.
unable to hide that you've noticed something is one that I give people a lot.
Yeah.
Um, so
Yeah.
because
So.
I think just like Callow said, Marius is concerned about this fire because if it's unattended, that could present a hazard.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
he's like straight up just like poking his
Yeah.
head in.
So I think what happens here, or what I will propose to you for this edge success, uh, Marius is a large person who is either a bit disfocused or very hyper focused,
Yes.
and in this situation, with a clear danger of a fire inside of a very flammable temporary dwelling, very focused on making sure somebody is there and tending to it, but being a little bit more timid than perhaps the other two in the group. You're not one to walk directly to the opening of this tent. So you take a more circuitous route around. And as you are approaching this, the opening of the tent, one of the roots of a nearby um, one of the nearby rose bushes sticking up out of the ground. You catch your foot on it and
Yeah.
tumble into the side of this tent. And as you right yourself, you could look up and see what you may see. So that's what I
Yeah.
propose for this edge success.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's knock Big Boy down.
Okay.
Big Boy fall over.
So Marius goes walking forward, trips over the root of a rose bush, and sort of falls his big bulky form into the corner of where the flap is already being held open. Certainly not going to bring the tent down by any means, but definitely announcing your presence. And you go
Yeah.
tumbling through the
There's
opening.
strawberries everywhere.
Strawberries spill out in front of the campfire, and you look up now. The backdrop of the sunset, the backdrop of the sunset hidden by the yurt, instead replaced by this low fire, allows you to see in the general darkness around here. There is a person sitting behind the fire, cross-legged, eyes wide open, looking maybe at you, or in your, I'll say in your direction, but certainly not at you.
I'm terribly sorry. I was concerned that there was gonna be a fire. I'm gonna pick these up. And he just starts kind of scrambling to pick up the strawberries.
Doyle steps
Hallow.
in and
There is
starts to help.
no reaction
Yeah,
from them.
Hallows has like bursts like, Marius, are you okay? Oh,
Yeah,
hi.
yes,
Hi.
yeah, my knee
Hi.
hurts a little.
Oh my gosh. Okay, here, you
Yeah,
don't worry.
that's
We'll
okay.
take care of this.
Yeah,
We'll
don't worry
take
about
care of
it.
this. Don't worry. We'll don't worry. Don't worry.
Um,
Just
I
yeah.
did not mean to. I did not mean to do this. I
I
is
don't
a
think that they've noticed.
that's a relief.
I
Yeah.
don't think that they're aware that we're here at the moment.
Oh, great.
They
Perfect.
seem to be in some sort of trance, possibly having another vision, or possibly just sleeping, sitting up with their eyes open.
Okay.
Don't know. Not here
So
to
Right.
judge.
this person sitting behind the fire, rather androgynous looking individual, perhaps a little bit more feminine. They have very short cropped but quite unkempt and wild black hair. It looks like at some point they did have fairly thick black makeup on that probably quite a while ago looked nice, but has since just been smeared and blotched about the face.
It's me.
Likewise, some darkened lips where that has been smeared, and what looks like a trickle of blood, well dried at this point, that has come down from the nose and just hasn't really like it may have been like blotted but not properly cleaned. It looks like this person has probably not been all that too concerned about proper hygiene for a couple days. But fortunately, the area is quite well ventilated, this being an open yurt. You see, and they are wearing clothing that looks homemade. Of course, any clothing is going to be homemade in a fantasy setting, but things that look definitely put together from hides that have just sort of been stitched together. It's a bit patchwork, but something that would definitely keep them warm and covered.
Should should we try
And
to?
about this year, you see shelves upon shelves of all kinds of different bottles, jars, satchels, open little woven baskets of various all kinds of different things. Sorry, you were saying, Marius.
Should we? Should we? Can we? Should we? Should we?
Yes, we
I
should.
think, yeah, we almost must at this point. We are
Yeah.
in their dwelling.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
As you were getting that staggered excuse me out, this individual still staring in your direction, the three of you amassed in front of the opening, clearly staring in your direction, but not focused on any of you, simply blinks once and outstretches both of their hands.
Talos reaches forward and puts
around
her
the
hands
fire.
in their hands. Oh, never
Okay.
mind. She puts one hand in the other person's hand and gives it a hearty squeeze and is like, "Hello."
She clamps
I
down
think-
on your hand, not painfully, but in a way that you will have to wrestle your hand away to get free.
I think that we
Otherwise,
might
no
be,
reaction. Sorry, Doyle.
We might be forming a bit of a circle here, and so Doyle will grab the other one and offer
I see.
Marius a hand.
Yeah, Marius is gonna sit between his friends. He's not holding hands with a stranger. That's too much.
Doyle assumed, you know.
Doyle's like, "Oh,
Correctly.
circle," and Talos is like,
Yeah.
"Oh my god, that makes so much sense now."
Context clues here. Let's not leave you holding hands with a stranger. Doyle will
Not
handle it.
do that. Thank you, Doyle. Marius kind of sets down the strawberries neatly in front of his knees and kind of kneels down to sit in a circle with everybody.
Okay.
Where's Nefo in all of this?
Nefo probably came up just behind you, just outside of the opening of this yurt. He's a little big to like bull in a china shop is an appropriate metaphor for Nefo in this yurt, if you would even think of inviting him in. Otherwise, he can
Talos is
graze
just
outside.
looking mournfully like, "I wish you could join our circle."
Might be slightly difficult. Would we hold the wings, the antlers, or the hooves?
The hooves.
Okay.
I mean, if you wanna try to bring Nefo in on this,
Nefo's having a good time grazing. Callus is like, but Callus is like wishing, but knows it would be impractical.
It is it is a pleasure to meet your acquaintance.
That's good.
Does anything happen once we're all holding hands?
as you all kneel down, sit down, whatever you do, hold hands, and the circle is formed, there is a slight flare to the fire, and again a long, slow blink from Maud.
Hi, Maud. We're here for you, and we brought a gift.
Yes. We did. My hands are but
Oh,
they're here.
We will, of course, leave the gift once
Yes.
we are done with whatever it is that we're doing. But we heard you might be in need of some rangers.
that's good. That's good.
Um
Can you blink once if you can hear us and understand what we're saying?
Visions
uh,
together.
uh,
Mm.
Help me see. Show. The bird flies and the tangle creeps. And her eyes will flash over to each of you individually and then go completely unfocused again as the
Yeah.
fire again flares a little bit.
and just kind of instinctively sits up straight.
What was that? What?
If I had to guess, I would say that Maud is asking us for help, possibly interpreting, possibly focusing this vision.
Oh, great. Sure. How do we do
Minds
that?
wander as prophecy wails. Focus your focus to mine.
Let's close our eyes, guys. Let's hold hands and close our
Mm.
eyes and just focus on seeing what Maud is seeing.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
So I
Hmm?
would like to roll adaptability focus.
okay.
I was gonna roll sensitivity focus as well.
Well, this is actually going to be our first crisis.
Dun dun dun.
So, as you all sit down, grasp hands, listen to this very whispered riddle that they sprouted, and you close your eyes and focus, let's get an advantage pool formed. So that is to make this advantage pool. Anytime you start with a crisis, which can be anything from combat to an extended skill check, getting over an obstacle, anything that requires the group to work together to overcome some sort of obstacle or odds, is the basis of a crisis. And instead of worrying about initiative and turn order and whatnot in Heroic Chord, you start off with rolling for the advantage pool, which can be used in a number of different ways going forward to either stop the complications associated with the crisis's action, whether it be an enemy or an obstacle or whatever may happen. We'll get to that later, or to pull successes from the advantage pool in order to add successes to the roll that you make in order to advance a goal, which we'll talk about when we're advancing goals. So to do that, you roll adaptability tactics. So each of you can roll me adaptability tactics, and because of Marius's strategist combat specialty, you automatically get 2 successes to add to your advantage pool.
Which is great because I only rolled an edge success. Again.
Bloody tactics. Woo!
Nice.
3 successes, but 1 is an edge success, but I'll take it.
So that is 3d6 for my adaptability and then a 4th for having tactics.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. 1 edge success.
Okay.
All right, guys. Don't worry, gang. I'm taking us forward. Don't worry.
Okay. We have master tactician. Marius guy
That's
is
true.
immovable.
All right.
Who has no idea what he's doing.
Going forward, I should have set up some way to track these tokens on Roll20. I will worry about that for next week. Until then, I have a nice big brick of d6s here that I can form an advantage pool with. And you guys can keep track as however you would like. So we're going to start off with 2 successes from Marius's strategist ability. Okay, we have 2 6s from Donna, and then a whole bunch of 1s, right?
2 ones.
2
3 ones.
3
Each of
ones.
us got an edge success.
Okay,
Yep.
3 1s. So in order to keep these 3 1s, actually, Kat, you can clarify this for me, because this is a group check. Would this be a single proposition for all 3, or would it be 3 individual smaller propositions for the individuals?
I usually do it with I usually have 1 consequence that the party can face like 3 times, or like however many times they like, rather than having like each person's be different, because that is a lot.
Right. Okay. Let's see.
So with me, it's usually anyone who keeps an edge success will blank.
I'm peacing out.
I got 2
Well,
successes.
what do you mean by blank?
Like I've had encounters where I'm like,
Oh,
anyone who
you
keeps
mean
the
fill
edge
in the blank?
success,
Okay, yeah.
yeah, I'm
Yeah,
gonna
yeah.
be mean too.
Right.
I'm gonna cyberbully anyone who keeps an edge success.
Right.
Something like that. Yeah.
Because it affects all 3 of you. It affects all 3 of you. Let's for the advantage pool.
Can I make a
Yeah, please.
suggestion? This based on what we're doing, we're linking hands, we're linking minds, we're trying to focus in on helping with vision. Might be appropriate to give scatter for the edge success on this one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking as well.
Yeah.
But that's all I was like, I'm dabbing on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking the same thing, but I don't want to double down too hard, because this is a crisis that has its own actions. So I will say, for anyone who, because I like that idea, it makes sense as you're kind of going through ye olde Fantasyland mind meld, that things might get a little jumbled. So whoever wants to keep their 1 as a success will take 1 scatter.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Yep, I'll
Okay.
take 1.
I'll pass. I got 2. I'm carrying.
Okay.
So sick.
I'll take an edge success when I don't get a success, on the other hand.
Okay, yeah, 2, 4, 6, 6 successes in the advantage pool. That's pretty good. Okay.
All right.
So, with this, let's. I will be fairly transparent with this first crisis, both for our own sake, my own learning purposes, and for teaching everybody how crises work. So, this crisis I have entitled the Cascading Divination Ritual. It will require all of you to work together to help focus Mald's vision. So when we're dealing with a crisis, there are 5 ways, or there are 3 ways to get past the crisis, resolve the situation. The first is destroy, which is pretty straightforward. You bludgeon the problem over the head until it stops being a problem. Of course, you could be more creative about it, especially in this situation. I assume you're not just going to attack Mauled, but there is certainly ways you could be more direct and sort of push through the problem more directly with force, which I would say would be more along the lines of destroy, but it's definitely open to interpretation. Very interpretive game here. The next is redirect, which is moving either the crisis or yourself through the crisis in a particular way in order to get past it or resolve it in some sort of fashion that is a bit more subtle, a bit more indirect than just punching through the problem. And finally, outlast, which is basically leaving, getting away, GTFO, not be in the crisis anymore.
Okay.
So the way this works, all of you will take your turns, and then it will go to the crisis turn, which will have a number of actions it can take. This one will have 2 actions. There are 3 players, so it will have 2 actions, 1 minus the number of players for a typical normal crisis. And I've created a number of different ways it can attack you or otherwise move the situation forward. So generally for this crisis, what I have for destroy, and again I said I'll be fairly transparent. Destroy in order to advance destroy, you will have to get 5 successes. This is a problem that is obviously trying to force your way through a ritual. Just direct sheer application of force is gonna be difficult. Possible, but difficult. What I have written for this is pain, if properly applied, can be a motivator for visions and clarity. So that is certainly a route you can take. Direct would require 3 successes in order to. Was that a question, Kat?
No, that was me miming a slap.
Okay. Yes. Redirect would require 3 successes in order to advance the goal. Manipulating someone's way of thinking in a more subtle, indirect way is definitely a gentler approach to solving a crisis of clarity. So, direct Maud's exploration and interpretation of the prophecy by guiding her thoughts or contributing your own. And Outlast would require 4 successes to advance. Which is, in this situation, instead of trying to leave the ritual, because obviously if you just get up and leave, you're not advancing the story. But Outlast would be supporting Maud in a way to continue, just keep the vision going until it resolves in itself, or provide ways. What I have written here is support Maud, various components around the yurt, or with various components around the yurt. Visions can be stoked by tuning associated senses, possibly using reagents nearby or other things the NPCs might try in order to prolong and refine the vision. Taking a more passive route and simply allowing things to come to pass and fortifying Maud indirectly to help her get through it herself.
Okay. What was the difficulty on redirect?
Redirect is 3.
3. Gotcha.
So 5, 3, 4.
Gotcha.
Perfect.
Gotcha.
Okay. So once again, I invite you to propose whatever you might need in the environment to help you be creative for this. But I did say before that around this yurt is all kinds of shelves with almost any reagent you could imagine. So feel free to get creative. Spells can be in play. You can cast spells.
What are the spell pieces for this
The
area?
spell pieces for this area. Good question. Let me, because we are on a hill, previously mountainous area. So for anyone following along, terrain spell pieces start on page 132. So if we go down, maybe high altitude, but we're not really high altitude. We're not tropical. And I know I can certainly make my own, but for the purpose of for this, I'm gonna pull from a related area. Okay, so let's say we're gonna. Generally, it's about 6 spell pieces, right? I know there's not a hard and fast rule, but generally 6. So I will say, let me actually write this down so I remember them myself. Shaded, mysterious, moment, wild, and then I think I'll make up 2 of my own. Let's go. I think vision is an appropriate one here. And let's I always like the idea of adding something a little darker to situations. No, we have shade, we have mysterious, but I'm gonna say pain. Uh,
Okay.
so the ones that are immediately noticeable that you can draw on: shaded, mysterious, moment, wild vision, and pain.
Okay. So I think the
Okay.
first thing that I would like to do, if none of you guys have any plans, is I would like to roll, I'm going to say, mm, adaptability survival.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to use Marius's key of resourcefulness.
All right.
He is looking around the yurt for something that has something to do with managing visions. And he's going to use his survival knowledge and his knowledge of basically his knowledge of botany,
Mm-hmm.
which is he's got some. That's
Mhm.
why it's an adaptability roll.
Mm-hmm.
He's just using what he's looking around him, he's using what's around him to
Okay. Well, that could be literally anything on these shelves. You have something more specific you would like to pull.
I think I'm going to make the roll and then I'm going to tell
Okay.
you,
Of course.
cuz my boy is very resourceful but and actually very adaptable.
Mhm.
He's used to improvising. So what is that? That is 3, 6.
Okay. So an
Come
adaptability
on.
of 3, survival you said for your fourth, and then using the resourcefulness key will give you 2 more dice.
Yeah.
Nice. Got it. Okay, cool.
Come on, big boy.
Slash roll.
Oh. Yeah.
Glad that I'm not the only one.
Yes,
Everyone does it.
now I'm
Yeah, no.
I've just been clicking the thing you told us
Mhm.
about but then I
Yeah.
realized oh shoot for like 6.
Mhm.
I'll do my
Yeah.
best. Slash
Go.
R.
No.
No.
Not 1d6 plus 6. Okay, well, I've already rolled 1 and it came up a 6, so now I'm just
I'll
going to
take
roll
it.
5.
Sure.
There you go. There you go. There you go. Oh,
Oh, that's
very
still
nice.
Okay.
That's 5
That's
successes.
successes
Ooh,
All right.
for my boy.
he was very resourceful. You right.
He's Yeah, I think Marius looks around and he spots a jar of like rose incense. And kind of I think determining how important that is culturally to the people of this region. Just takes some of it and scatters it on the embers
Okay.
and just
Uh,
fills the place with like fragrant incense.
Yes. Now let me ask. What goal are you advancing here? It sounds to me like Outlast, but I could see an argument for redirect.
Oh. No, I was just thinking of adding to the pool.
Oh,
I
you
was
just want to add to the
like,
pool. Okay.
yeah, I'm just doing this to kind of support what we're doing because I'm
Awesome.
not sure we know what we're in for yet.
Right. Yes.
But
So on any character's turn, they have 2 options. One is to advance a goal through one of these 3 options, or what Cat is doing here, adding successes to the advantage pool. So in doing this, yeah, you grab these rose petals, scatter them about the fire, and there is a breeze that picks up, and this rosy incense, rosy smoke starts to fill the yurt. A little bit more powerful than perhaps you were even expecting. But you do add 5 more successes to the advantage pool.
yeah.
Almost
Excellent.
doubling your number of successes to draw from with that action. Okay.
We don't know what we're getting into, so
I think Doyle would probably want to cast a spell.
Okay. Our first spell.
Yeah. So Doyle wanted to use watching and vision to try and sort of bring himself into the vision and see what Maud is seeing, so we have a better understanding
Oh.
of what our
Perfect.
actual goal is here.
Perfect.
If we don't know what she's doing, we can't redirect it. So I want to do that to try and advance redirecting.
Okay. Okay, so basically, you're asking for the very least the equivalent of 3 successes in order to advance redirect. Is there any other application you would like this spell to have? Do you want to be a passenger simply observing? Do you want to be an active participant in the vision? Do you want to be able to bring the other two into this vision? Just for some examples, or anything else you could think of.
I think I would want to be more directly connected to Maud, so that like Maud could be more aware of my presence and I could see what Maud is seeing.
Okay.
That way I can sort of help guide Maud towards what seems relevant rather than towards whatever the scattered vision is.
Right. Okay. Uh, so yeah, they do seem, Maul does seem quite. They're not focused on any single individual. Certainly capable of hearing you, but you want to try to be more of a. You want more of a one-on-one discussion capability. You want to be
Yeah,
present for her.
if if I
Them.
can if I can get more if I can get a stronger connection with Maud, I can see more of what is troubling Maud and what Maud thinks is important and kind of help focus her towards those things. Focus them towards those things, sorry.
Okay. Okay. So when it comes to negotiating for a spell, let me just real quick. So something like this, you're buying 3 successes, and generally for a problem like this, gaining an advancement of this goal is yeah, generally 1 scatter per difficulty of the goal. So it's going to be a base of 3. And in order to be able to have a much more direct connection, and be more present for her, that's fairly significant when it comes to helping her through something that is clearly difficult for her mind to process. I'm going to say that's going to cost 5 scatter.
Think I'm willing to pay that.
Okay. So each character has a pool of 10 scatter that they can draw from, and I'm saying this one's going to cost half of it. So, what? Yeah, so this is going to cast 5 scatter. That's half of your sort of mental stability pool.
Yeah.
You cast this spell. What does casting this spell look like? I will say at any point, obviously, Marius did break the circle, get up and grab these roses. So you can always break the circle if you need to move around for this or use your hands to cast componently. But how would casting this spell and the effect you are looking for manifest?
So I think part of it would be, Doyle obviously felt the circle break, felt that, one of his hands is no longer being held. So he would get up and go behind Maud and put his hands on their shoulders and just sort of try and will his presence of mind to connect to Maud's. So it would essentially look like Doyle is standing behind or kneeling behind Maud and putting his hands on their shoulders, almost like propping them up, offering that level of stability.
Okay, all right. So you go over, you stand or kneel down behind Maud, put your hands on her shoulders, and the other two there see in an instant, lightning flash, and probably uncomfortably so, her head whips backwards to stare directly into Doyle's eyes, and almost as quickly as she snapped her head back, that briefest amount of eye contact before it snaps forward again, completely unfocused. And as that happens, Doyle, or the rest of you see Doyle's eyes unfocus as well. Now, this does not mean, Doyle, that you're not prohibited from moving about. You are still yourself, but you are half scattered, and you are being brought into this dissociated vision state. So it's hard for you to maintain focus. What other ways? How would you describe Doyle being half scattered? Is there a visible
Uh,
presentation to this?
the visible presentation would be sort of like a posture change. He's sort of slumped a little bit more, seems to almost be imitating the body language of Maud. Um, Speaks a little bit softer, slower, long gaps in his words. Seems about as unfocused as Maud is.
Okay.
But a little more aware of the direct surroundings rather than you know being in a vision itself.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So that is going to advance the redirect goal by 1. In order to solve a crisis, you need to advance one of these 3 goals 5 times. Okay. That brings us to Donna.
And I've got enough time to figure out what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to take a roll to advance redirect as well.
Okay.
So,
And I'll describe how all of this actually manifests, probably most directly through Doyle once everyone has gone. So Doyle, there would
Gotcha.
definitely be more coming from what you just did here. Sorry, Donna, continue.
oh no, you're totally fine. Don't worry about it. Yeah, so I think I'm going to make a sensitivity focus roll and use one of Kalos's keys, which is compassionate. So she's feeling compassion for Maud during this very terrible time. Like she saw Maud, there's like that dried blood that's been kind of smeared away, but not really clearly. Like this person's stuck, and they need our help. So, uh, that's how it's gonna be.
How
Yeah.
how are you? What is the action you are taking?
I think now that the circle is broken, even though the hand is over the fire, almost, I guess, dangerously slow, Kylos is gonna reach over and try and connect the circle just between um her and Maud. So trying to grab both of their hands and one of Kylos's hands is already firmly grasped. So Callus is gonna try and reach out to try and connect
Okay.
with the other hand that is now free due to Doyle getting up and placing his shoulders on Maud's.
Well, the
Oh
the
no,
way
his hands on Maud's shoulder.
the way I envisioned it was
Oh,
uh, Maud, Kalos, Marius, Doyle, because Marius was uncomfortable holding hands with Maud.
right.
So you would have to let go of Marius in order to make the circle just
Yeah, but
you
Marius
and.
But Marius already stood
Got
up.
up.
Okay.
Yeah. Marius
Yeah.
stood up, got those rose things.
Did not
so
rejoin the circle.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So
I think upon seeing Doyle get up, it's like, oh, okay, no more circle time. Yay. I mean,
right.
okay.
But Callus is like, yes, circle time, guys.
okay. So you want to complete the circle. What did you say
Right.
you were rolling again? Sensitivity.
I will royal sensitivity, focus, and compassionate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you trying to, again, this sort of mind meld situation? I will say you're not nearly as connected as Doyle is after that spell, but you can definitely feel the presence of this person around you. Are you trying to mentally push your own thoughts and your own stability, your own focus into Maud's mind, or are you simply there as hands to hold on to, a reassuring grasp?
Yeah, like the latter where Callus is like, I guess not necessarily like it might be a bit of Callus that she is giving way, but trying to just say hey, we're here to help, trying to provide that physical touch, that anchor, and then also trying to portray exude warmth and good vibes and we're here, don't worry, it's all gonna be okay. like we care about you, and
Okay.
we're all gonna make sure that you get out of this, whatever it is, like alive and eventually happy and healthy.
All right. So for you, that would be sensitivity. You would have 3 dice for sensitivity, one more dice for your focus, and because you're using your key of compassionate, 2 more dice from spending that. So that's a 6 die pool.
Yes. Go. Okay, there we
Okay.
go.
A 4, 3, 1, 6, 1, 2. So that is 1 success and 2 possible
Yes.
edge successes. And you said you
Mhm.
wanted to advance redirect, which requires 3 successes.
3.
So in
Right.
order to
And
take these 2 edge successes,
did I have to draw from the pool of successes that we have
you can
before or
also.
after?
Uh,
Okay.
you can do
Mhm.
that at any time, right, Kat?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
okay,
you
cool.
roll and then you can pull successes from that. So if you don't want to take your edge
Cool.
successes, you can. We have a hefty pool of what
11.
11
11.
successes. There's plenty
Yeah.
to spare.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes. I think I'll take the 2
Okay,
successes from the edge pool. So now we have from the advantage pool, so now we only have 9.
sure, easy enough.
And so mhm.
Now
Go.
the complication of using successes to bolster your own dice roll is that you also need to pull from the advantage pool in order to stop complications that arise from the enemy, the crisis, acting. So we'll
Right.
get to that in a second.
Yes, fingers crossed it does not take 10 of those
Right.
advantage
Yeah.
pool. Fingers crossed, guys.
Now I have a backup plan.
Surprise,
All right.
Maud is
Yeah.
actually a noble demon. No.
Okay.
Um, okay, so now that all of you went, it would then go to the crisis turn. Let me describe what this looks like, though. The incense flare, rosy smoke fills the yurt. Kalos completes the circle, adding a little bit of stability to this as Doyle goes around and connects much more physically, much more mentally with Mold. And in Doyle's vision, mind palace, you see clear as day, whereas Marius, being completely unconnected from this, doesn't unfortunately really get anything. But Kalos, you get a vague sense of things rather than any sort of direct imagery or words. You will be understanding what I'm about to express more through instinct and emotion. But feel free to ask questions. But for Doyle, you go unfocused, and the darkness around the yurt seems to creep in until you lose focus of your other 2 friends here. You are vaguely aware of Maud in front of you, and of course generally aware of the flickering fire and the smoke that trails up. More of it now, sort of darker rosy tinge to it with the petals being added. And as this darkness creeps in and you follow the smoke up, you are almost taken from your body, an almost out of body experience as your perception goes with the smoke up through the yurt, up into the clouds, into the darkness, the sunset beginning to well dip underneath the horizon. And you can see the smoke begin to swirl and vaguely start to resemble a bird. It's just this general smoky ball shape that sprouts wings and elongates a bit until over the course of what feels like minutes, but is probably less time in the real world, forms into that of a bird. A rather nondescript bird, nothing as majestic as an eagle or a falcon, not a little hummingbird, just a generic bird you would see out in the forests. But it's otherwise still dark. But there is motion to the bird. Motion you can feel starting out not gingerly, but just comfortably. The bird is just simply moving about, being a bird, but you get the sense of a westward destination. It is moving westward. The air is sweet and chilled, similar to where you are now, but there's definitely a breeze, a back breeze that is propelling this bird westward. It goes from this sort of leisurely glide to starting to pick up. It soars and glides, chasing the sun that at this point begins to, instead, you know, it just set, but in your vision it rises and rises rapidly, as if you're seeing a whole day begin to move in much quicker time. And the bird, like a child chasing a dog, is chasing the sun as it goes through the sky, traveling, of course, westward. And after some time, again, certainly much more time conceptually than it is in actuality, both grow tired. The sun and the bird grow tired and begin to lie themselves down. The sun dips below the horizon, and the bird finds a tree to perch on. And it does so. It glides over to a branch of the tree and lands on it, and then you feel pain in your feet, as if two spikes impaled themselves through your soles. And you see this bird shrieks, chirps in pain, and looks down, and the branch it landed on is covered in thorns, two of them piercing through its feet. It shrieks again and goes to lift off of this branch as vines sprout around the branch and tangle around its legs, holding it in place. And that is this first little snippet of the vision.
Okay.
I will say, actually, because you cast that spell to be a much more direct participant with Mauld in this. You are somehow, in that strange dreamlike sense, people may be able to relate to this. You are somehow both aware of the bird's perspective as you are your own, and you can see the bird in its confusion and pain look about, and at the base of this tree, you see, sitting instead of in front of a fire, but instead in front of this tree, Maud with you over her shoulders. And you can, if you have any direct communication you would like to try, interact with this vision slash her in brief moments.
Okay. Let me take a look here.
Not so much another check. It's not giving you an extra action, but role play wise,
Oh.
narratively, how would you interact with Maud and this vision?
Narratively, I think I would try talking to Maud and essentially say, you know, I would ask Maud, uh, what do you think? I'm just direct about it. What do you think this means? What do you think is important here?
It grows again, pierces, grasps, it holds already, late. Too late? Not too late. Time. Unfortunate sum. Forward.
You said it grows again. How often does it grow?
Old. Just, they start, like, rocking back and forth, which is the first movement you've seen from Maud, aside
Mm,
from her head snapping back and to you and
yeah.
then back. Yeah. Old.
Okay.
Before. Again. Old. Roots. Deep. I'd say that's what you get out of this first little interaction. Kalos, you follow along with this again without the vision attached to it, but you start with a sense of carefree wanderlust, moving into excitement, perhaps going home, meeting family, meeting friends, exploring. You're not sure. General excitement, but not something that elicits worry. And then you get tired, and then you understand pain. You don't feel it in the sense that Doyle does, but you understand it. It's like empathizing with somebody. Like if you saw Doyle, get impaled like this, you might shudder, empathizing with that amount of pain, though you don't feel it yourself. And a worried recollection. And all of these emotions just rapid fire in like 10 seconds pass over your face.
Right. Okay.
Okay. Let us actually. I know we went quite over time for our normal amount for our break here, but I know I need to step away for a second. So how do we feel about going on a real quick break? All right.
All for it.
Let's
Yeah,
go on a
I
real
could
quick
take
break.
a quick break.
Awesome. Let's go on a real quick break. We will come back with the first turn, the first crisis turn, and then hopefully in the next hour or just over an hour, we will get through this entire crisis, see the whole vision, and set off on seeing what fate has in store for this group and what exactly fate mates really mean.
Yeah.
All right, we will meet back. Let's aim for closer to 5 minutes than a little bit longer, but whatever you need to do, just because we have a lot going on in this first episode. So we will be back in about 5 minutes. Go enjoy some tunes, some nice relaxing tunes in the intermission screen. Get up, walk around, get a drink, whatever you need to do to refresh your own scatter pool, and we will be back in a few minutes. Thanks for hanging around. We got a lot of cool stuff coming forward. right, welcome back to The People's Ascension, RPGs Uncovered, Heroic Chord, The Creeping Tangle. We are back for our second half-ish. We ran a little late in the first half, but back for the resolution of this first episode of The Creeping Tangle. We've met our characters, 3 amazing people, had some real fun roleplay around a campfire, met a lovely old couple and bought some strawberries, made our way up a hill, and are now helping Maud Rosewarden, a quite beleaguered oracle, try to refine this vision of an encroaching danger. So that's where we're going to pick up. We just did the first round of the crisis. Our rangers here helped bolster themselves and Maud with quite a large advantage pool. 11 once Marius helped out, 2 drawn from that, so now down to 9. And we've advanced redirect 2 out of 5 times. So let's jump back into this crisis with the crisis acting. Now, this is not so much Maud, but the vision itself, the prophecy itself backlashing against the group. So, it gets 2 actions. I came up with 4 pretty cool actions it can take, and I will be posting these to our Ko-Fi and Patreon for supporters of the heroic tier, as opposed to the adventurer tier. Former is GM stuff, latter is just player stuff. More on that later. But this crisis. So it gets 2 actions per this round. And I think, given what just happened... Yeah. I am going to target Doyle with Psychic Backlash. Now, this is going to cost 2. So if you want to negate these complications, you're going to have to spend 2 successes from your advantage pool. But Psychic Backlash deals 2 damage, and the target cannot roll Understanding for the next turn.
Let me look at my sheet here, because I was planning on rolling Understanding next turn, but I might have some other options.
You.
I mean, we've got 9.
Okay.
We have a large...
Yeah, I'll go ahead and just take 2 from it.
Okay. There we go.
My instinct is to leave those things for other players, but, we have enough that I can...
Yeah.
There's also an ability that Kalos, well, not Kalos, Nefo has, that, like, you can, if you're prevented from using a facet due to a consequence of attack, you can use that. I can use that ability, and then you can use that facet, so you don't have to worry too much about that.
Okay.
Neffel has a soothing presence.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But that is something that Kalos would have to use her turn to do, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. You spend 2 successes from the advantage pool in order to negate that. You feel when the thorns pierce this bird's feet, you feel it in your own feet, and for a second it pierces through your mind even, but you shake it off and help not only yourself but Maud here focus a little bit more, reform into your own sense of self as opposed to this dissociated understanding of the vision as a whole, and you realize that the pain is not in you, it is just something you are seeing, and you brush past it. Now for its second action, let me actually bring this over here where I can keep it up on screen. For its second action, Cascading Divination Ritual, I am going to say, I am going to target...
Gotta keep track.
I was hoping to have everybody in the circle for this. I think this is the only turn I'm going to be able to do it, because it was during this turn that Marius was part of this. So this is going to actually target everybody. This is going to cost 4, because it's a big one. for you to negate. Each ranger exchanges a difficult memory. So as you all connected in this circle, as the vision was starting, you get a sense of each other, but that first initial contact being jarred, thrown into this vision, there is a jumbling of your own senses and your own memories. So each ranger exchanges a difficult memory and scatters two.
I mean, we're on stream, so I say we take it.
It sounds like a fun one to play out.
There we
Yeah,
go.
sure. I
Okay.
am at a lot of scatter,
Yeah.
but you know.
Plus, we've
Just
got
don't pass
7.
out. Don't pass out, Joel.
Yep,
It's
not
fine.
not quite there yet. Not quite there yet.
7 out of 10 with this, yeah. So you each take 2
8 out
scatter.
of 10
8
because we
out.
took that
Right.
the
The
edge successes
the edge
earlier.
success. 8 out of 10 scatter. All right.
Oh.
I might scatter something in the someone in the first crisis. Awesome.
I'm gonna. Don't worry,
right.
I'll protect you, Doyle.
Okay. So, with that, I think that's a good segue. Let's start with Marius being the first person to break
Yes.
from the circle. What is the memory that you share with other people that causes them to scatter?
It is dark and it is bitterly, untenably cold. The kind of cold that only I think Kalos would recognize because it is the far north.
Yep.
Everything around is stone and fresh blood. There are people lying on the stones being tended to by medics. It is the front lines in the labyrinth. And you are, because this is Marius's memory, a scholar with no idea how you ended up here. And just having this frantic moment of panic watching these soldiers die and wondering what you are doing here.
Okay. What about Doyle as you lose much of yourself, throwing yourself into the vision? What escapes from you and causes the other two to scatter?
I think it would be a vision of a ruin. Finding a room that was sealed, breaking out, breaking into it, and discovering that it's not quite uninhabited. There isn't anything living, but the room was sealed well enough to preserve the people that died there in the cataclysm. And having to basically stare into the face of the consequences of what has fascinated him for so long, and realize that the past isn't just a story that we tell. It's not something we talk about casually and wonder about, but it had actual consequences, and people actually lived through and lost their lives in it, and that these people probably died slow, horrible deaths, suffocating,
Starving.
starving.
Yep. I like it. And as this sense of confusion, dread sweeps over you, Kalos, as the two others disconnect from the circle, leaving you alone in this situation. You steel yourself, complete the circle with Maud, and throw off your own difficult memory. What is yours?
Mhm. So the memory starts, and you're on Nefo's back. Electricity is flowing through in between his antlers as you knock an arrow and let it fly, and you hit a horror dead on. There's a faint whiff of roses. You can kind of look around, you get the sense like, oh, this is the Scattered Rose Island that Kalos keeps referring. Like, this is what it is. And you see that the horror doesn't go down. And in fact, the horror takes out a huge sweeping, with like a huge sweep, a ton of other rangers, and they fall down out of the air and they plummet with their cloud elks down beneath the clouds, and you just kind of stare and you realize that you don't care. There's nothing in your body that tells you, hey, like, move, like, we gotta save these people. These are your friends, these are your comrades. Just kind of look on
I'm
with a
just
hint
happy it
of
wasn't you.
disinterest. Yeah, and you're like, well, like, this is what we do, and they signed up for it. This is the risk we all take. And you just, even though you know you could have, you
Mm.
just don't want to. Why should you suffer to help other people?
Love it. I love it. Great memories. Great memories
Good
there shared.
times.
Yeah.
Good times.
I know. Difficult. They're meant to be bad, but from the GM, story gold. Thank you all. Those were great exchanged difficult memories. Okay. So we got some fun roleplay backstory out of that, and you all scattered too. That is all of the actions for the crisis. So then we flip back to the player side of things. So let's see if we can get a little bit more out of this vision. How are each of you going about that?
I would like to cast a magical spell.
Okay.
I think reliving like the memories of the others and his own memories have reminded Marius of something very important. And so I am going to cast Protecting Vision.
Okay.
And what this is going to do is just kind of um, intersperse himself between his allies and Maud and whatever it is that would threaten or hurt them. So like they experience this sensation of having a soldier beside them with a shield who's going to protect them.
Okay.
And I think I can advance redirect with that. There's like I'm going to be there to protect Maud as well.
Okay. How how does that help guide her interpretation of this prophecy, though? This sounds like it would be more outlast than
Oh
necessarily
yeah.
redirect.
I think that it will give her the like it will put her like it will put something between her and the fear
Okay.
so that she can set the fear aside and focus on interpreting the vision.
Okay. You are not only imposing yourself to a perceived danger, but you are actively fighting the own emotional backlash that she is getting from this and lending
Yeah.
your own strength to push that back. You are the shield wall against these hard emotions that are clouding her judgment.
Yeah.
I like it.
Because what Marius learned in the labyrinth is that you stand shoulder to shoulder and you look out for each other.
Yeah.
And you're not all gonna make it out, but you have to try.
Okay.
And so what Marius's magic looks like is it kind of gets sketched into air by fine silver lines. Like fine silver blue lines, like sketch this rough outline of a person and then slowly add detail. And they add like armor and a very valiant looking cape and a sword and shield. And this is they very much kind of have a blueprint vibe because that's how he views the world.
That's what I was envisioning. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is going to cost a base 3 because you need to buy
Yeah.
3 successes in order to advance this goal.
Yes.
Do you want any sort of other functionality out of this, or are you simply advancing the goal?
I think Marius is putting enough of himself into this that this is like, no, I am present in this vision.
Okay. You
to protect
also
these people through these specters.
Okay. I like it. So since you're doing something very similar to what Doyle was, you're wanting to be a more active participant in this vision. I'm going to say it will also cost 5 scatter.
Okay.
Okay.
Puts my boy at 8.
All right.
My boy might
Love
have
it.
a nap.
Love it.
My boy might need a sleepy bye soon.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
when a ranger reaches their full 10 scatter, they get knocked unconscious. They are lost to the world, lost to themselves. They are giving up too much of their own sense of self to the general surrounding, which is required to pull those magics from the terrain. That's where the terrain spell pieces come from. That they just lose themselves and pass out. So we'll see. We got 2 of our 3 on the edge of scattering. But that did advance redirect to 3 out of the 5 times. Again, I will relay how that affects once everybody goes. So what is everyone else doing?
Oh, Doyle, like I said before, I do want to do an understanding roll.
Okay.
I was thinking understanding and focus, possibly combined with my uh key of curiosity to sort of help again help Maud sort of come back to being a little bit more lucid and sort of direct my questions a little bit better towards her so that she gets a better sense that I'm there and can help.
Okay.
And obviously I want to get those answers from her. I want to know what this thing is attacking this bird and how much of it is metaphorical versus how much of it is this is an actual danger.
Right. Okay. Go ahead and roll me that dice pool, and then we'll, using
Okay.
that, interpret what exactly this looks like. So for you and the audience, again, your understanding is 2, correct?
Yep.
2 plus focus skill for 1 more, and you're using key of curiosity for 5 dice.
Okay.
Go, go.
Okay, I've got 2
Ooh.
successes in there and an edge success.
And an edge success. Okay.
What are the conditions on the edge success?
Now let me clarify. You are also looking to advance redirect, so you would need 3 successes,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
I would need 3 successes.
Yeah. So you could either pull from the advantage pool, which we still have 7 advantage in,
Yeah.
because your ridiculous advantage pool, Marius, man.
Yeah.
So for this edge
My boy.
success, I will say you are very much trying to be part of this vision, which means you are just as much susceptible to it as Maud would be. So I am going to say I have one of these abilities that that I know I would use against you. And in order to take this edge success, it will cost 1 more advantage than it normally would to negate the consequence.
I mean, at that point, either way, either I'm pulling an advantage from the advantage pool now or to negate that consequence.
Right.
So I think that I'll just pull one from the advantage pool rather
Okay.
than make that more
That
difficult.
that is a
don't know
good
what its total
point.
cost is.
That is a good point. It's something you would have to do anyway. This is a negotiation? So do you have a counter offer for me?
I mean,
No is an acceptable answer.
it, at this point, no.
Okay.
I think I don't know enough about what this thing's abilities are.
Sure.
Because the only counter offer I could give would be something along the lines of, well, it is going to take more scatter,
Yeah.
and I don't have much scatter to give.
Right. That was the
so,
other direction I was leaning, but
you
knowing
know,
you are 8 out of 10. Okay, so
yeah.
real simple,
Hmm.
huge advantage pool. I'll just take 1 success out of there. You still have 6 left.
Yep.
Okay. So that advances redirect once more. You are 4 out of 5.
So
So
I
what?
do have a question. Oh, sorry.
Hold on to that question, Donna. So we resolve this. What does that look like? Probably in the vision, I'd say. What action does Doyle take to help
So
comfort her and focus her?
Doyle is
Them.
obviously in reality standing or like behind Maud with his hands on her on their shoulder. In the vision, it's going to look like Doyle takes his hands off of Maud's shoulders and moves around so that he is in front of Maud and can look Maud in the eyes and sort of try and be a focal point to turn the vision into a conversation rather than just something she's forced to experience in her own head.
All right.
He basically he wants to give her the opportunity to be less present in the vision while still experiencing it.
Right. I like it. Okay. I'll flavor this more once we get back around. But for now, I will say, Doyle, in the vision, you walk around her, kneel down, and look them in the eyes, and you see just in the vision as they did out in reality, they are not focused at all. Their pupils are wide, and they're just sort of like lazily moving about the horizon, sometimes looking up in the vaguely general direction of the bird, other times swaying down, just sort of completely disassociated. And you present yourself in front of them, and their eyes they blink a few times and start to focus on you. And in reality, Kalos would be able to see this, being the only person in the circle now. They're not, I keep doing that. They're not looking at you, but instead it looks like they are focusing sort of over your shoulder, as if they are focusing on somebody who isn't actually there. But there's more focus to them. Donnie, you had a question.
Yes. So let's say we advance it 5 times, but we still have to see through the enemy's turn. Like, how does the encounter, or how does the crisis resolve itself? Is it just like after we advance it 5 times? Like, so for example, we've advanced it 4 times. Let's say that the actions that I make Kalos take advance it to the 5th time. Is the crisis done, or does the crisis get a chance to still act?
I believe it ends there, right, Kat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It ends at
Oh.
5.
Yeah.
We got it, guys.
Yeah. We're safe.
Yeah,
We
so
theoretically got it.
I mean, you got 6
That's true.
successes in your advantage pool. You don't even have to do anything. You just say, I would like to buy 3.
We're
Unfortunate. I had a fun next enemy turn coming up.
Alas.
But what would you like to do, Carlos?
Yeah, I mean, I can just. Oh, I'm thinking about like me as a player versus Kalos as a character. Okay, I think I'm gonna cast a spell, even though we do have 6 successes. And I'm going to cast Wondrous Mysterious. So so Wondrous is the Kalos' spell piece, and the Mysterious is the spell piece for the area. And so I think this spell would encourage and redirect Maud, because it's like, don't fear the unknown, find like wonder in it, find that it's beautiful. Like, you just because something's unknown doesn't mean that it's necessarily scary. And so I think by casting that, just kind of encouraging again, like finding joy and love and warmth in
Okay.
this unknown.
yeah.
I like the thought behind it, but it is quite antithetical to how this prophecy is currently going, and spoiler alert, is going to go. So your main purpose in doing this is simply to advance redirect the 5th time. So that's a base cost of 3. That's really all you need. But if you want to add more flair to it or add more ability to it, we could increase the cost.
No. I think
Okay.
it was just like the memory, like, is particularly Marius's memory of her hometown, and then her own memory of feeling cold and detached, and then watching both her friends like put in all this effort and being like, oh, I don't want to, but does that make me this cold person that I saw? And then also thoughts of her family and the like. So
Okay.
let's just do 3.
So you're gonna scatter 3, and that's going to complete our redirect. What how do you cast this spell, and how does it actually manifest in the way that you were hoping?
Okay, so I was thinking that the way that all of Callus's spells are like very whimsical and like pink and like beautiful, and so I imagine out of the center of her chest, like flowers start to bloom and blossom, and it extends and around where she's sitting or kneeling or and holding hands with Maud, there's like this vegetation and grassy area just blooms around her and eventually encircles her and Doyle because
Mhm.
Doyle's right there and Maud. I'm not really sure where Marius is standing exactly.
Um, he's I think he's standing roughly like behind Kalos because he was at the shelves around the outside of the yurt.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So then, yeah. So then,
Encircle
so
the
then,
whole. Yeah.
circle the whole group, and so everybody's just in this like beautiful field of flowers, and uh like this pink orb of light just bursts out and shimmers out and glows and lights up Maud.
Okay. Okay. I think I can work with this. All right. Well, that will be the fifth advancement for redirect. I was hoping to get one more crisis round in there because I had some
Oh
fun things planned.
no.
Um,
Now it will just be for
now it
patrons.
will just be for patrons. But what I was going to do is bring down a thought clamp on Doyle.
Uh-oh.
So if you would like to know what that it would all be about, go head over to Ko-Fi and Patreon, and you can get access to my planning document over on the hero tier, or come check out our after show because I'm definitely going to be going over this in more detail on our after show. That is also for supporters, however. Anyway, that is going to complete this ritual. So let's actually see the culmination of this ritual. And I will remember for the future that I can make these encounters a little bit more difficult. So, back in the vision, actually, a number of things happen before the vision progresses. Doyle, you see, as you move around and impose yourself in front of Mold, really connecting with them, you see to the side of you this sort of translucent, almost silver outlined version of would it be Marius himself, or would it be some idealized hero figure that you created for this guardian?
I think it is an idealized hero figure until you actually kind of like look it in the eyes and you can tell that it's Marius in there.
Okay.
Like it doesn't look like him, but I think someone who knows him and looks closely can tell who it is.
Has the same eyes. None of the other features
Yeah.
look the same, but has the same eyes. Yeah, so you see this heroic, uh, full military kit, gleaming armor, large tower shield, cape flowing in the breeze, standing next to you. Puts its sword in the ground and reaches over and just puts a large comforting hand on Maud's shoulder. And at the same time, around you, in front of this tree, roses start to sprout out of the ground in a circle around you. As the scent of rose picks up, a breeze picks up. There's a light pink that takes over the horizon of the sunset. And you get a sense of a little bit more connection with Kalos, though they are not as present in the prophecy, in the vision, as the other two figures are here. That does, with everything, that does help focus Maud and, well, the other two who are pretty much active participants, or at least active observers in this vision. And your eyes are both sort of drawn to the bird as much as your eyes become the bird's eyes. I don't know if any of you have had dreams like that, where you are somehow two different entities
Yep.
looking through two different perspectives at the same time. And I apologize, Pemily, the bird is in for even more. But this supportive aura that Kalos created is nice and supporting for the people. Unfortunately, not all that supportive for the bird. The bird, freaking out, startles and begins flapping its wings violently, trying to get away from the grasp of these thorny vines. And it does. However, it leaves its legs impaled to the branch, and it flies off. As it flies off, in the same amount of excitement, pain, fear, the sun as well takes off again. You know it's not the night prior, but visions don't need to follow the rules of nature. And the two of them, the bird and the sun, frantically scatter about the sky. And as they do, moving up and down and side to side, you can see, unfortunately, the bird lose even more of itself. Where its legs were, these hollow holes now sprout thorned vines themselves. The wings and body of the bird begin to pierce through with more of these small thorns, and its eyes go dark and colorless as it frantically scatters throughout the sky. Again, in a generally more westward direction, though you wouldn't know it by the sun now chasing the bird. And eventually, you feel the wind pick up, or perhaps it's the bird moving faster and faster, far faster than it should, and as it is moving, the vines sprouting from where its legs were begin to grow larger and longer, and begin to trail down to the ground and scrape those thorns in furrows along the ground, until it finds a town. Not the town you're familiar with here. It's not underneath the shade of a hill. It doesn't have the same cheery vibe of the people of this town, but another town nearby, possibly a day or more away towards the westward direction. You see a town, and the bird sees the town. But the bird isn't a bird anymore. Not really. It's something else. Vessel, an emissary, maybe, or simply just a omen. This bird, in the instincts of a bird, sees a town, sees a nice roof to perch on, and as a bird would do so, flies over to one of these houses, the long vines stringing down from its body, scraping against the ground, over the small wall of this town, larger than the one you're in, small wall of this town, and perches on the top of this house. But in doing so, more vines begin to sprout out. The vines that flowed over the wall as it perched on the house begin to encircle the town itself, growing larger and thicker and sharper as it does so, and completely encircle the house. The bird lowers itself down as if readying itself to sleep now that the sun has done likewise and it is dark once again. But as it does so, more of these thorns begin to pierce down into the home, and then you realize that you are not the bird anymore. You are again Doyle, knelt down in front of Maud, this heroic idealized version of Marius beside, and this vague but definitely more distant feeling aura of peace that seems to be protecting you as vines begin to wrap around and pierce into other homes that you are standing in front of. But as they go to pierce at you and wrap around you, they hit this rosy aura around you and seem to be protecting you from whatever they would have otherwise done. And you see people, or at least the silhouette of people, these vaguely humanoid, wispy, smoky, black shapes moving from these homes as vines begin to pierce in, and vines as well lash out at them. But not encircling them, not pinning them down, but piercing through them, piercing through their chest, through their back, through the back of their head. And they stop, and then flowers bloom from them. Beautiful flowers, pleasant smelling flowers, and you can feel a sense of calm contentment wash over these people who should be in excruciating pain now that thorned vines just pierced through them, but they seem content, happy to just stand there looking up, waiting for the sun. Flowers sprouted from them as vines begin to ravage the town in the background. And you can see your vision is drawn to I'm actually going to call it there, but I will give Doyle another opportunity to help Maud redirect this in a manner that might be more what you purposely want to get out of this vision. If you have any specific questions or want to direct it in a specific way again. With actually with Marius being kind of sort of there, you can also chime into this.
Okay. I suppose I would look to Maud and say, has this town already been taken? Or is this a vision of what's to come?
With this, throughout this journey that you've been on, with this aura that's been presented, you can actually see that Maud is looking a little less disheveled. They look a little less disheveled than they immediately were. Their makeup begins to reform into something more presentable. Their hair looks combed and tended to. Their eyes are focused, and there is even a gentle, very slightest hint of a curve of a smile because of this nice peaceful aura that has been presented, though there is definitely an understanding of the clear danger of this vision they are having. Almost understanding the comfort that the three of you are providing while facing what is happening. And they do stay focused on you and actually quite lucidly speak to you. This has happened. Too late. It's too late here. But we have been told. We know now. It creeps. It grows. We must find it again and trim it back. The garden needs tending. I'll let this play on if you have more.
I mean, Doyle, he thirsts for knowledge. He is very pragmatic about things. So his next question would just be, is this a metaphorical garden, or are there actual vines that we need to trim somewhere?
The tangle is very real. It creeps and pierces. It will overtake us all.
Doyle nods, still unsure as to whether the tangle is,
Sure.
you know, part of reality or just something ominous.
We're kind of sort of stretching the crisis here, but I want you to roll me something to push this clarity a little further.
Okay.
We're out of the crisis and more just skills to get us through this last bit of the vision.
Yeah. So
You don't have spirits, dude. No, that's somebody else.
no. I do have
Humanity. Roll me
humanity.
something with
Yep.
humanity.
I almost want to use subtlety for this, but I'm not quite sure how I would apply that. Except that, obviously, Maud is potentially speaking in a coded metaphor, and maybe subtlety could be used to decipher that. Or would that be more along the lines of, something like understanding?
An argument for subtlety could be made for that. I don't know if Maud is speaking in a purposeful cipher. She is simply
Yeah.
interpreting the vision as best she can. So I don't think you
I
can get any further refinement of her from simply analyzing a cipher.
yeah. I
Um,
think it would be more understanding than it would be subtlety on that one.
I will also say, if you want to approach this from a more literal sense as opposed to a cerebral sense, because you did spend that spell to be an active participant in the village, you can, if you wanted to, explore your surroundings.
Hmm. Yeah, I think I'll explore the surroundings more. I want to take a look at some of the people who have sprouted. Perhaps get a closer look at the bird.
Okay.
Um,
What facet would you use for that? I'm kind of leaning towards either daring or sensitivity, but I know neither are good for you. So if
yeah,
you could make an
neither of those
argument.
really do well for me. But I could say, I mean, I would say this would once again go back to understanding for Doyle. You know, he wants a better view of what happened to these people and looking closer at the vision and seeing how realistic the thorns are going into the vision
Okay.
people, seeing whether there's blood trickling out from where they were pierced, seeing whether it looks like it fused to them directly. Things like that might be able to give him a better understanding of
Right.
whether this is supposed to be realistic or if this is supposed to be metaphorical.
Gotcha. Okay. Um, yeah, go ahead and form your dice pool. Understanding 2 plus 1 for your skill in humanity.
Okay.
If you want to use key, I could see arguments made for some of them, but I'll leave that to
Um,
you. Because once you use them, you can't use them again.
that's true. But it does get closer to unlocking the signature spell piece.
Yes.
And you know, have I definitely have plans for that in the future. I think in this case, the key I would probably use is caution. Um, because I don't want to underestimate this threat. I don't want to go in making assumptions. So
Okay.
I'm being very cautious and I'm trying to carefully decipher
I can see
what
that.
I'm seeing rather than jumping in and making leaps of judgment.
Okay.
So two
Um,
for understanding, one for humanity, and two
2
for
more for
caution,
key.
if you'll
Yep.
allow it.
Yep. That'll be 5
Okay.
dice. We are out of the crisis, so you don't have the advantage pool to pull from.
Ah,
That is 1 success and 1 edge success.
what would the penalty be for the edge success?
I will say, actually, keeping in mind that you spent a key for this, and I like the way that you described it. I can give you some decent information even with 2 successes. I was looking for more, but I can give you some here. But the cost would be that you take 2 scatter. Like you scatter, you go unconscious after this, and this will
Uh,
forcibly end the vision for everybody else. Um,
I think that I will not take the two scatter on that. I'll leave it at the one success
okay.
because I don't do anybody any good unconscious, and knocking everybody else out of the vision means nobody else can, explore.
Okay. All right. All right. Okay, uh, with one success, I will say you get up, you leave the general presence, and in order to do this with one success, you have to break through this protective barrier that you have, and you aren't able to keep it with you.
Mm.
You move out of this protective barrier that Kalos set up, uh, needing to know how realistic this is. You go over to one of these people, and you can trail the vine that leads to them. You can see it looks like a real vine. It is not a silhouetted metaphorical vine. It is green and vibrant. The tips of these thorns coming to a going from green to gray to brown as a vine would, as thorns would. You can see the striations of the plant, the fibers of the vine in them. And you can see as it trails up and pierces into the back lower skull of this individual, you can see that there is blood trickling down from this silhouette of a person. You still can't see the person as a whole person, but you can tell that there is blood. You can tell that there is a shuddering of pain and a pained expression in the eyes. However, the mouth is pursed as much as there is a facial expression to this silhouette, in a contented smile, and you can see sprouting from their head. Quite the contrast, being that this plant has sprouted from the head, bursting through the skull, blood and bone about. However, the flower is large and beautiful and smells amazing. And you notice that this individual is turned towards the center of the town. And then you realize that everybody else that is impaled with this flower, with this vine, is turned towards the center of this town. But with that, you have left the protective aura that Kalos has made, and one of these vines that are still currently ravaging the town in the background whips in your direction as if it has eyes to look at you, lunges forward, and as you are pierced with this thorn, you wake up from this vision as if it was a dream.
Okay.
You are knocked out of the vision.
All right. I'm comfortable with that.
Kalos is not really an active participant in this dream, but Marius kind of sort of is, if you have something you might like to add to this.
Yeah.
You can see as soon as Doyle is thrust from the vision, Maud's expression instantly changes back into much more of a scattered, worried look. A little bit held together from Kalos's protective aura, but Doyle was very much being an active anchor to this, and you're also there as well, but having that forcefully ripped in the way it was kind of threw them.
I think. Let's see. I guess I'm gonna go see what happened to Doyle. I think like
Oh,
Marius is
you would have
I
saw that.
I should have gone with him. Doesn't feel great about that.
It all happened very quickly, and you are kind of sort of in this vision.
Yeah.
But you do see as you are turning, like, I should definitely go with him for protection, that's why I'm here. That is when you see the vine pierce into him and drag him off into the distance. Or I should say, not the distance, actually drag him off further into town.
All right. This is a vision, so it's not real. Doyle is fine. Okay. I have no idea what to do.
Yeah, there's no scream, but you definitely while you're in this vision feel the presence of Kalos and Maud and Doyle. However, when he's ripped away, you lose that presence of Doyle.
Okay. I'm going to focus on Maud. I'm going to roll. I kind of want to, you know what? I'm going to roll adaptability humanity. And I'm just going to try to Doyle. I'm just going to try really hard to Doyle. Because she clearly has become distressed because Doyle got ripped out. So I'm going to try to provide the stability and the anchoring that Doyle was providing.
Okay.
I'm going to try to Doyle.
What are you trying to get from this out of her or the vision? You're being supportive, but what are you trying to get from this?
I am trying to. That's a good question. I think I'm trying to get Maud to open up to me so that, like, we can communicate, because Doyle was being the intermediary, but he got unvisioned. But also just mostly, like, I feel responsible for Doyle getting unvisioned, and seeing that Maud is distressed. I just want to help.
I will say that you know this vision is fleeting. It's coming to its end.
Okay.
Probably spurred forward by Doyle being forcefully ripped from it. So I will say this might be a bit of a meta sense, but you would have this action, and depending how it goes, I might give you another action, but that would be about it. So if providing that stability, and having that
Sure.
ability to conversate a little bit more in the vision would help you in your next pursuit of knowledge, we can do that.
Okay. Then I think what I would like to do is, I'm looking at my skills. See, here's the thing. I can Doyle or I can Marius.
Mm-hmm. Well,
He's got.
I think it would be most appropriate for you to Marius.
Yeah, it would be, right? Because here's the thing. He wants to look out for people. He genuinely wants to look out for people, especially his friends who are littler than he is and not soldiers. He's barely one, but uh he kind of sees that as a duty that he has toward people who are littler than him. But simultaneously, look at this city, huh? Look at this dream city. Look at all these dream buildings. I think he starts by chasing after Doyle just instinctively to make sure Doyle is okay, and starts just like investigating the city. I
Okay.
think is the Marius answer to this,
Okay.
because he is concerned about Doyle.
So you wanna chase him further into the city, and
Yeah.
having lost him because he gets pulled far faster away than you can reach him, since you're already well into the tangle of this town, you just want to look around.
Yeah. Sensitivity engineering,
Sure.
and this is 3 of them. I think my main question is just like, yeah, I got a success and an edge success. My major question is like, is this a literal city? Is this the city plan of the place we need to go to that is in danger? And what kind of city is it? And what kind of people built it for what purpose? Because these are things you can tell from architecture if you're a nerd. I have an edge success.
Sure. Sure. Okay. Um.
And a regular success. A
Right.
regular one.
With that edge success, I will say simply this would end the vision. You would not get a follow up. But with 2 successes as opposed to 1, you'd get more information.
You know what? I'm going to keep the edge success. I think
Okay.
that now that the vision has kicked somebody out and we've got one person who's not really here, let's just all be awake now.
Okay.
I think it is time to be awake.
I think that is a good call.
Yeah. Okay, you go further into the city, and I will say it's difficult to get too much of a sense of the architecture because the vines have rapidly overtaken this town, and in doing so have caused considerable damage, piercing through stone and wood and window and people, for that matter. But you can tell that this is unlike Rose Rest. This is a solidly situated town. It doesn't look mobile. These are buildings with stone foundations, some with stone or brick walls, other nice sturdy wood. It is a larger town, larger than Rose Rest. Looks more like your typical ye olde Fantasyland town, with generally cobbled roads, some of the side roads just being, pressed earth and whatnot. Homes of varying sizes as you get further into town. Along a main street, you may see something that looks like some sort of administrative center or community center, tavern. You see shops. You notice that Whether this is simply something you get a sense of or it's something you actually see in your periphery, it is built. It's not built along a river. It does have quite a large fountain in the center of it. Not the small spring well that Rose Rest has, but a large fountain. Not all that magnificent by any means. It's not largely decorated, but it is a fountain that provides water for the entire town, basically.
Two questions.
Sure.
Two questions.
Direct me. Yes.
The first question I have is, how literal does this space feel?
It looks like a real town.
Okay.
Just like Doyle saw that the vines looked very much like real vines, and that the people were bleeding like real people would. You can see you can see the dirt and grime that builds up along the foundation of these buildings from just time and people passing by. You can see the weather on windows. You can see the weathering of corners that are no longer sharp. It does look like a real place that has been lived in for a while.
My next question is, what can I tell about the building that the bird landed on?
It looks like any other building. It might be the number of successes you have or just your grasp of the situation. Maybe it's not something that can be explained through an analysis of the architecture itself, but the building is just any other building.
Okay, so like a home.
It's a home, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
A 2-story residential area. Yep.
Okay.
But I will give you with this edge success, you push through here, and all of these vines do eventually lead not to the bird, which would make sense because they originally came from the bird, but vision, dream logic, it doesn't matter. The vines instead lead to the fountain. And the fountain, now, you expect water, but the water is murky and filmed with algae. It looks far, far, far older than the rest of the town, but you realize that is not. There's almost a stuttering over image of the fountain as it would look, just as the rest of the town would look, a real fountain in a real town, overlaid with this image of a much more worn, much more older, moss and algae and vine covered fountain. And going down into the depths of the water, you can see these vines spring down. And then vines lash out, wrap around you, and pull you down into the well. And as your vision goes black, I'm going to put an image in Discord.
I love pictures. Let's see some pictures.
You get a flash of this before you wake up gasping as if you fell from a great distance in a dream.
Ah.
Well, that certainly looks like a problem.
That looks problematic. Yeah, for sure, Z's. I think the first thing Marius is gonna do is just like look around. Doyle's here, Kalos is here, Maud is here, everyone's here, everyone's okay. I'm okay. All right.
Maud has a fresh nosebleed, maybe a little trickle from the eyes.
And the next thing he's gonna do then is he's going to pick up the strawberries. He's going to sit next to Maud with them.
In fact, Maud briefly faints. Whether she's actually knocked unconscious, she faints. Kalos, you can feel her go limp in your arms, and probably you purposely push her away from the fire so she doesn't fall into it.
Yes.
But it looks like a general faint, rather like you go over. You can rouse her out of this rather quickly. It's not like she's out for the night.
Yeah. And Marius is absolutely going to just like kind of scoop her up, dab at her face, like make sure she's okay.
Okay. Yes, you do so. I was checking to see if you had medicine. I know somebody does.
I don't.
I have medicine.
You have medicine.
I have medicine.
I won't really call for a roll. At the very least, Kalos would understand. This is more of a fainting from exhaustion than necessarily being forcibly knocked unconscious from scattering.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you go over, you find there's a basin that looks like relatively fresh water in a rag that you can, start dabbing her face with. Maybe clean her up a bit,
Yeah.
clean them up a bit. But just a minute or so goes by before their eyes start to flutter open.
Um, I um, we've brought you something to eat. It seems like a good idea at this
Hello.
point. Hello. So sorry.
She turns to the other two. Hello.
Nice to
Hello.
finally meet you.
Hello.
Hello. Um,
You were. You were. That poor bird.
hmm.
Agreed.
They blink a
Doyle
few times.
sighs.
They blink a few times before they do actually focus their eyes on Marius. And you are proffering these berries.
Yeah. And I'm like
They'll,
propping them up so that they can sit up and have something to eat.
they'll take them and nibble slowly on them.
My apologies. Marius Gaius Immovable, Aurora Legion Engineer Corps. I should have
Far.
introduced myself sooner.
You come from far.
Not that far, just south in the jungle.
We all come from far.
Hmm.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Sorry, these are Kalos and Doyle.
Hello.
My friends.
Hello. I said that already.
How are you feeling?
Me. Tired.
Hmm.
But me.
Hmm.
And you. And you. And you.
Nervous.
That was less of a question and more of there was not a question mark at the end of that. There was a period at the end of those. But take that as you would.
Yeah.
I don't feel anything. It's like if you're tired, you should probably go to sleep.
Doyle walks over and kneels down next to the two of them and says, "We may all be tired, but we're here to help. So let's try and work this out together after we get some rest."
They'll begin to uh, sort of scoot a few feet away where there is a pile of straw and furs and bedding and whatnot. Looks well put together, but it's made of furs and whatnot. Goes over and plops herself down over there. Sure, the lot of you, or at least some of you, moving with them, helping them over there. Begins to lie down before she shoots up and grabs Doyle by the side of your head and just, the Tangle creeps. And falls again. And I think, unless there's any more pressing matters, we're at time.
Yeah, it's sleepy time for the boys.
Yeah. Yeah. This has definitely been an ordeal. Doyle obviously wants to share what little he's gleaned from going and seeing the plant people. But, you know, right now it's not a pressing issue so much as making sure that Maud is going to survive the night.
All right. Yeah, they seem more or less fine. Definitely scattered as much, if not more than you are, but fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that puts us at 6 o'clock, or at least 5 minutes to. I don't know if we can start anything more in those 5 minutes. That wouldn't put us far over, because I think relaying and absorbing all of this information is going to take more than 5 minutes. So let's everybody take good notes. But of course, the video will be here if you want to go back and watch it, so that next week we can start off with deciphering what the hell just happened, and more importantly, what you're going to do about it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that concludes the first episode of The Creeping Tangle, and
Yes.
we seem to have found, or at least had a vision of, that creeping tangle.
Scary.
Fun.
Oh,
Yeah.
Scary.
wowie!
So, before we get to the closing spiel, we will be going to do an after show. So us on the call here will be taking another short break, and then we're going to record an after show. It's not going to be streamed, but it will be recorded. That will go up. If not tonight, then by tomorrow, depending on things. And we'll have a conversation about how this went. I'm really excited to see what my players have to say about all of this stuff. So if you're interested in our wild speculation, head over to Ko-Fi or Patreon and get access to the after shows. But on top of wild speculation, you'll also get a little bit more insight from me, some hints about how I created some of the things, and some of the other things that could have happened. Not as extensive as you would get from seeing the actual written out plan sheet that I have through the hero tier. But you'll get my commentary, you'll get player commentary, and of course wild speculation. After shows are always a good time, and I just like having after shows to make sure we're all on the same page and boost each other up. So if you want a good example of after shows, to do that, that's another bonus you get from signing up there. Okay. So I will say, before we even get to the after show, that I had a ton of fun. Totally wasn't ghastly nervous to begin with, but I had a ton of fun. This was great. You guys did some great role play. I love the creativity with how you guys resolved problems, and I think the pacing was pretty good. And I'm always a big fan of dream sequences, so that was fun.
Yeah.
I apologize to anybody in chat who really felt for that bird, that poor bird. It was doomed from the start. I had bad things planned for the bird, but sorry.
I am not at all surprised to see that Jesse was very concerned about this bird.
Yeah, that poor bird.
Yeah.
Okay, so any closing remarks? I know I'd already kind of gave my spiel about Ko-Fi and Patreon, but on top of that, I know I shared a rather cool image of something that Marius saw at the end of his vision. Unfortunately, that's not art that I own, so I can't show it on stream. But if you would like to support us, I might be able to afford art in the future to have visuals to show the audience, which I think would be really cool, because I mean, my mind theater is going 100% during all of these shows. I love the image I have of all of your characters. I would love to get character art. I know exactly what Maud looks like in my mind. I know exactly what the Tangle looks like in my mind. So if you want to support, and that support is enough to support other artists, because I will support other artists that I find on Twitter. I'd love to support them and get some artwork. Likewise, on top of that, things like battle maps and things like music. So any support that you give would go right back into the production quality of this channel, and to make that happen, go right back into the community, the creator community as a whole, to facilitate that. But aside from monetary support, of course, just let other people know. If you liked this story and you like where it's heading, go tell other people about it, because I think we're in for a good time. And if you want another example of a really fun demo play, you can go back to season 1 and watch The Siren Sun, which was just fantastic. So I'm looking forward to another exciting tale with these great people. Okay, as far as any of my own announcements, I don't think I have anything coming up in the immediate future. But I am working on I am working on something on the first week of March. I'm not ready to announce it just yet, but it's I'm going to be talking with somebody fairly. I'm going to be talking with another creator about a game that they're making, and it looks like a spooky good time.
Dun,
And
dun, dun.
if I can, I know I have Saturday, March 5th free, so I might be trying to set up a one shot, but that's just kind of sort of maybe right now. So be on the lookout for announcements as far as other RPGs uncovered shows and whatnot. I know I am in talks with a lot of other people. I have something that was going to happen last week. Unfortunately, that had to be canceled. We'll see when that gets rescheduled because it does look like it sounds like it's going to be rescheduled. So I have a whole lot of kind of sort of maybe things happening. But if you want to follow along, you can follow along on our Discord and our Twitter, and that's where I will be announcing more specifics when I have more specifics for you. So those links are down below, down in the About Me section. I think that is generally all I have. So let me throw it back to my wonderful players here. First and foremost, before we even get to the after show, thank you so much for being here with me, being such great players. I had a great time following your story and experiencing the first chapter of your players or your characters. So let's start off. We'll go in reverse order this time.
Yeah.
Donna, how you doing? You have fun tonight? And what more do you have going on?
Yeah, this was so fun. I love all of our characters. I love this trio. They're just so much fun and it's so great. Yeah, like I said at the beginning, I have been revealed as a cast member for the Night Shift podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcasts. But for more voice acting and more fun, zany good times, you can find me at Shabro on Twitter. And that's pretty much what you gotta do to keep in touch with me. So yeah.
All right. Uh, Pat, Magic the Cynic.
That
Yeah, I I had a lot of fun tonight. This was incredible. I'm really liking the characters that we're working with. As for me personally, I haven't actually launched any of my projects yet, but I am working on starting up a stream of one of my D&D games that I've been running for like 2 years now. Savage Worlds, not D&D, but Um, and that I'm going to be doing on Twitch as Badger the Cynic. And then from there, I'll also probably launch a lot of variety stream type things. Some console games, some computer games. Like it's gonna be a lot of fun. But for right now, this is the only place you can find me, and this is probably the first place that'll actually announce when these things actually do take off. So
All right.
you know,
Nice. We're glad to have you here. Get the first pick of you while you're fresh, just like those
Yes.
strawberries.
weird.
exactly.
Okay, and take it away, Kat, the creator of this game. Go for it. Do your own
Hi.
spiel.
I'm Kat and I did this. You can find evidence of my crimes at peachgardengames.com. You can find plans for my future crimes on Twitter at CatlingGun. And you can support crime. No, listen. Also, buy Solo But Not Alone too, because it's a fundraiser that we're doing for suicide prevention. And it has nothing to do with crime. It's a good, wholesome thing. And you can find it by searching Solo But Not Alone 2 on itch.io. It's 101 single player TTRPGs for a $10 donation. And I'm sure some of those games are about crime if that's really what you're into. But what matters is that it's gonna help people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great cause, great stuff.
Yep.
Okay. Uh, yeah, and of course, follow us all on Twitter. All of our ats are over there on the overlay right now. Yeah, come hang out with us. Twitter, Discord, talk about the game. Head over to the website to Peach Garden Games and pick up your own copy of Heroic Chord. There is the free playtest version and the absolutely gorgeous hand-painted copy of the game that you can
Aw.
pick up on itch. It is beautiful. It is the inspiration and actual assets for the overlay we have going on here. It's great. Great table of
Yay.
contents, really easy to get through. And yeah, so I think that's where we're going to end it for the day. We're going to take a quick break and do an after show. This VOD will, of course, be available on, well, right here on Twitch immediately. So if you missed anything from earlier, you can just restart right now. And, of course, for anyone tuning in later, you're probably watching this on YouTube. So hello, YouTube fans. But for anyone who wants to go support on YouTube, this will be up. I will try to get this one up by Tuesday, because I need the 24-hour period because of Twitch. But Tuesday, as long as YouTube behaves this week, because it didn't last week.
Boo.
So go head over to YouTube, hit the subscribe button, go all the places, press all the bells and whistles and thumbs and whatever it may be. That really helps us a lot. Leave comments, even if it is just telling me how weird of a GM I am. I know, I get it. But yeah, any sort of interaction is great. So we're going to go do an after show. You can find all of that gushing commentary and wild speculation over on our Patreon and Ko-Fi. So I had a ton of fun here. I am super excited for next week. I have some fun plans for that. We're probably gonna have to go potentially find whatever this town a Tangle may be, and go from there. So really exciting 4-part story we have going on. So tune in next week for part 2 of our little demo play series. And I forgot my outro last week, as I usually do if anyone is here from our previous seasons. So as always, everyone, stay safe, stay healthy, stay happy, keep having fun out there. Keep checking back here at the People's Ascension for more RPGs Uncovered content and more Heroic Chord. And remember, if you do find a tangle of thorny, nasty-looking bushes, that's probably not where the heart tomatoes grow. Those are over on a much more pleasant field. Good night, everybody.
That sounds about right.